mean, these technologies that are electronic that can do that at the level of conscious body activity, basically, it's, you know, I don't know if you've ever seen a ghost or a spirit, or, you know, had an out-of-body experience or had a near-death experience. I have many times. So basically that structure, and it's people call it metaphysical. There's nothing meta about it. It's physical, but on a more subtle dimension. And that is a very specific capability. And then they can do things to that body, call it your body, a light, whatever you want. And whatever they do to that manifests in the physical body. Here's why. Neuroscientists and medical doctors and physicists have it backward. The physical body doesn't emanate and create consciousness. The conscious body creates the physical body. Let me repeat that. The physical body and brain does not create the consciousness, soul, whatever you want to call it. It's the conscious body manifests and creates the physical. So if you can activate a system that operates at that level, it will, therefore, so long as you're still living on this dimension in a physical body, manifest in the physical body. I know this is some deep abstract stuff, but if you understand that, then you understand where we're going to go on the science and technology part of this archive, because we're going to go through the mundane, such as anti-gravity and free energy, which doesn't sound mundane to most people, to the really amazing stuff, right? It's spooky stuff, but it's amazing and it's real, and we improve it. So yes, that's how that happens. Other questions? Section. There's a really brilliant electromagnetic engineer named John Bedini, who I got to know quite well. He actually had worked in those programs, I believe, early in the 60s, dealing with this, and then he had left that. But in the interim, he, at some point, he was being recruited by a CIA officer, Sajaki, and I call these the Sajaki files that we have, and this is a similar sort of dynamic. So they were trying to recruit Bedini into their operation, and so they went to a old abandoned schoolhouse up in the upper Midwest that had been repurposed as a SCIF, a storage facility for these devices that had been confiscated. And a CIA officer, Sajaki, who's passed away now, so I could give you his name, and he had reached out to me also back in the 90s. Said, look, to build trust, we'll bring in a Xerox machine, copier, and we'll give you 24 hours to copy as many patents, seized patents and things like this that you want. And so he did. And he was also shown, you know, the storage area where there were these devices, and some of them went back to the late 1800s and early 1900s. Engines that would get 200 miles per gallon, free energy devices, all kinds of cool stuff that had been seized more than 100 years ago. I say the lost century, but it's the lost century plus. And I spoke to John about this. I went to his labs in Idaho, where he was, with my friend Tony Craddock, who became a big supporter of what John Bedini was working on, and also Lieutenant Colonel Tom Bearden, who was a good friend of mine before he passed. And what we learned, you know, what he said was, well, he decided he did not want to be part of that operation, and he got roughed up. I mean, he was almost killed, and he was very traumatized, PTSD over this for sure. But it turns out he kept a copy of everything he copied, and then we, I think it was Tony Craddock digitized it, and we have those discs. Yeah, I have them. We have them. They're in the archive. Here it is. So, somewhere in here, there are all these things, very big files. There's 20 pages of this, okay? And we don't have a team to patent number. This is the mother lode of anyone who would have the funding. If you have any alleged interest, what I found, all the billionaires who say they're interested in the environment, they're not interested if they have to come across this crap. Current motor, improving communication means are all kinds of things. So these were copied. And of course, I'm quite sure Sajaki thought that it's just like there's a motif, a pattern here where you remember John Callahan of the FAA, the CIA demanded everything be turned over. And he did. He gave them the copy. He kept the originals and gave them to the Disclosure Project. This is another example of that. Now, who's going to go through 20? This is 20 pages and zillions of data. And a two-dimensional document is not building a three-dimensional device. But if somebody would provide some seed money, $50 to $100 million, something, the price of a couple bolts, a B-2 stealth bomber. I mean, we're spending $2 billion a cop, $2,000 million for that one thing, right? 10% of that's 200 million, 5% of it's 100, 2.5% would be 50. With that, we could do this and save the planet. Anybody want to write a check? Give me a jingle. Give me a call. Here's my number, contact my people. Anyway, so yeah, these exist. This is not a myth. Semiconductor laser. So these were all things that he acquired. Now, who's going to take this, research it, put a team of scientists, and then follow the patents? And often the patents don't have the whole secret sauce in them, and then do the iterative stuff to get to something operational. It ain't going to happen in a month, and it's going to take a while, and it's going to be expensive. But the intellectual property seizure here is there, and we have it, and we're going to release it to the entire world when this goes live. So have at it, right? I'm glad I remembered this case. Very important to put this in that section, the Sajaki files. So that does happen. I mean, we've done a lot of work. This is 34 years of my life put into getting this intelligence, whether or not anyone in the government wants to do anything about it, or forget the government. If there was a philanthropist or an environmental foundation or a high-tech company, here's the requirement. We will not, under any new power source, we will not under any, it goes on and on and on. And some of this gets into really esoteric stuff. We will not do it under intellectual property restrictions or patent. It'll be open source. And if you don't want to fund something open source, do not contact me. A few months ago, I had a meeting with a decabillionaire, someone worth in excess of 10, $20 billion. And I'd made it very clear to my POC, to him, my point of contact, what the criteria was for supporting this. And he's good friends with Bill Gates and some other folks. And he comes out to my house, the farm here in Virginia, not this place, but my main house. And the first thing he says, no, we're going to patent this. It's got to be secret or intellectual property. And moreover, we have to have, total control of that corporation. And I went, no, until this is developed and out, I won't back off of it, and I will control that corporation or research entity or institute or whatever it is. So we went a mano, and we had dinner, and I said, adios, goodbye, and there's the door, don't let it hit you in the ass. We can redact that. But I've had, too many meetings like that, and I do not compromise. Because here's the issue. If you know the result, what the end is at the beginning, you're a fool to start on that path. In my case, I have too much information experience to know that if you give this to someone who is wealthy but strategically ignorant, right, set this up properly, or if you try to go to intellectual property route or the patent route, you're going to have this disappear because you're going to have operations come in and seize everything in that lab before the public knows about it. It'll be one of the thousands of devices like this. It's the equivalent of a tree that fell in the woods that nobody heard. It will be an exercise in futility. So to be crisp and clear on this, we have to do this at open source, no intellectual property, no patent, and strategically, from a legal point of view, if I'm involved, I'd have to remain in control of that corporation legally until we get the eureka moment, a device is done and it's released to the public. Now, the concept here, which is in here, we went through quickly the New Earth Energy Incubator, is that we would have a central location. They would be streamed in real time, not the bathrooms and stuff, but the lab and all the work, the workstations would be streamed in real time on the internet and to the public who click in and watch it. Like on C-SPAN, you're watching a hearing. And we would have satellite folks. So we would have people working remotely that if we, let's say we had a problem with rectifying the energy forms or what have you, when you need an electrodynamist who's an expert in that, they could then help you solve that problem, right? As a consultant or someone in a satellite location. And so instead of keeping it secret, which slows you down as a corporation developing a patent or what have you, it would be crowdsourced in the sense of very brilliant physicists and engineers that could be tapped, and you hit a roadblock in it. So this is my concept, and it would really accelerate the R&D cycle to get something solid state, which is our preference, no moving parts, and that would be putting out, multiple kilowatts of energy from the 0 point or quantum vacuum, so that you can run your house or what have you. We want to get to a proof of principle prototype. Now that's very different from standing up manufacturing or distribution. That's going to be probably a $100 to $200 billion initial IPO or something like that. You're not going to, how are you going to set up? This is not an app that you hit a button and boom. You're talking heavy industry here, just manufacturing, all that. That's another step. But initially, you're going to need 50 to 100 million to do what we're talking about. But this is the requirement. And so I do not want to hear from anyone ever again who wants to either take over control of the operation, because frankly, and I know for a fact that I don't care if you have a $200 billion strategically, you're not going to know what you're doing, and you'll be had. I don't care if you're Elon Musk or whoever it is. Secondly, it's got to be open source, and thirdly, it's got to be streamed in real time. Why? Because the latency period between a breakthrough, latency meaning the time lag, and when you get that and it's known by millions of people, cannot be more than a few seconds, because otherwise you're done. You're absolutely done. And so we have our own strategy for this. It's not subject to discussion, debate, compromise, or negotiation. Sorry, because I've done that. I've done every kind of permutation of this that you can imagine, and they've all failed when I've tried, like the guy at the Redstone Arsenal who wanted to do it secretively and this and that. I thought, oh yeah, no, I've lost about $1 million supporting people doing things in this unsophisticated and rather blinkered way, and it's resulted in nothing, and it'll continue to result in nothing, right? For example, all of you heard about Stan Meyer, who had a water fuel car. He had a car, and he was very religious. On the side was Jesus is Lord, and all that. But what he did, he had worked at I believe it was in Ohio. He'd worked at a microwave facility and a radar, and he noticed that at certain frequencies, that water just immediately sublimated to hydrogen and oxygen without it being the Faraday constant. Faraday constant is how much energy needs to go in to water, electrical energy, to dissociate, break the bonds of hydrogen and oxygen. So you have hydroxy gas you can burn, and when you burn it, the only effluent is some water vapor, right? And the water vapor can be pulled back in if you don't know how to engineer it and put back in and be put into more hydrogen and oxygen, et cetera, and so on. And we have whole files on that. Back some years ago in the, I remember, early 2000s, we found out that we knew that Stan Meyer died, and some people think killed in it was 95. He was at a Cracker Barrel, an ignominious fate if ever there was one, and was meeting with some, sorry, so, boy, you know, really, I'd rather fast, but so we'll redact some of these parenthetical comments, I guess, but so he's at a Cracker Barrel with some people from the intelligence community. He drank something, grabbed his throat, says, "I've been poisoned," and collapsed. Now, the autopsy says he had a embolus of some type. But his twin brother, who actually did the circuitry, we've also contacted, is convinced he was killed, and that's why he won't cooperate. Now, the patents that he did were, he admitted to people who were working with him, he had falsified the frequencies. In other words, what were the exact cycles per second, the frequency and the voltage that needed to go into this circuitry that would dissociate. This was not his electrolytic, his electrolyzer that broke. This was a toroid that my science advisor took a picture of that had a circulating magnetically charged material in this around these coils. And it was creating enormous power, but it had an NSO, had a national security order on it. But when his heirs were going to sell off all his stuff, we were contacted with some other groups, and we were going to go, okay, well, here's an opportunity. We had limited resources. We could only pull together maybe a few $100,000 at that time. And a group came in from Michigan that an engineering group had a big deep pocket funder who outbid us, bought it, and they were going to do the traditional thing, get the material, keep it secret. They thought they were so clever, no one on God's green earth would know they're doing this. They built a better mousetrap, and the word will be to pat to their door. And I was intimately involved with this. And what happened is that they got to a point where they got the systems working, and the wet works came in. And so they had an emergency situation where I was contacted by someone in the House of Lords who it turned out in the British Empire, I won't say what island, where, was funding them. So I get this call, this hysterical call, urgent, from this Lord so-and-so. And he says, "We need your help." And I said, "Well, what's happened?" And he said, "Well, it's quite clear that all these folks are on the lam, running for their lives." And his first question is there a country, they're thinking they can find an environmentally friendly country to do this work in. I go, "You don't understand the structure of this organization. Unless you go to another star system, you're dead." All right. And so he said, "Well, what do we do?" So somewhere in this archive is my, I don't know, 2-3 page strategic letter I wrote to this man, whose name is going to be redacted out of it. Hopefully we can find it in the archive. Someday we will. I mean, it's probably scanned in. And I said, "Look, I will write and send to you immediately the steps you need to take." They wouldn't do it. And because, again, it required them to, he would have, but the engineers and scientists and business people stateside said, "No, we don't want this." They still wanted to get rich quick. They wanted to be the Rockefeller of new energy, the usual spiel I've heard for 30 years, which is what your, megalomaniac money grubbers always talk like this. And unfortunately, the next thing I heard, they had all been killed except one. And the one that had escaped being wet worked went to the office of a man I know in Orange County, and he was just crying like a baby. And of course, all the technology was gone, all the material was gone, the people were killed. This is not that long ago. So when someone comes to me and think they're going to take strategic control of how this is going to happen, I say, oh, no, you're not. Because, you're going to have an incompetent. It's like asking, a homeless person on the corner to do your neurosurgery. Really? I hate to say it, not going to happen. And the problem is people can be very, very good at business and finance, but if they don't know their way around the deep national security operations dealing with this, they're going to fail over and over and over again. And so, the old Einstein saying, or attributed to him the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. But now on this issue, for 100 years, whether it's Floyd Sweet with that device or whoever, Stan Meyer, I don't know of a single case where they haven't made the exact same predictable strategic errors, which has resulted in catastrophe or the disappearance of the technology or it being put in confiscated and classified, just like all these patents you just saw. So we need to learn this lesson, but just because you made several $billions in the software industry or as a hedge fund manager churning, trading, and mathematical algorithms on Wall Street, you may be a mathematical genius, but you don't know what you're doing strategically. So I won't associate with that with people who get way over their skis on something that ends up getting everyone killed, including myself. So this is very important that people hear what I'm saying. If you're a high net worth person or have access to people who have this sort of resources, this is completely doable. But it needs to be structured properly. And if it isn't, it'll never happen because you have to build into what you're doing, how you set up the research and the communications and everything else. So this is done in a way where people aren't killed and the technology doesn't vanish, right? But that's unfortunately not what humans normally do. They tend to get into a rut and they do the same old thing and they think they can treat this sort of area of technology, even something as simple as a car running on hydrogen and oxygen from water, as if you would, a new phone. Well, even, Apple has more security around the development or of their next iPhone, which is just, all that stuff's just rubbish. So, frankly, it is. So, this sort of thing that would save the biosphere, but would terminate all oil on the planet and all petrodollar, that whole system. No, you cannot develop a strategy and implement a strategy that is inadequate to the task. Now, once it's disclosed, let's say this is open source and it's all over the world, even if the media tried to blacklist it, engineers, universities, scientists, if it's open source, build it themselves, right? Because they'd be getting the full schematics. This is, the sine qua non of science is independent reproducibility of something. Another problem with this whole new energy area is that because they keep it so secret, they don't open it up so that some independent group of scientists or thousands of engineers and scientists in academia, government, and elsewhere who sincerely do want a solution to the environmental and the world poverty issues could do so. You can't do that by keeping it in a small group of hands or keeping it as a trade secret or what have you. So I think it's very important. If you go to the patent office, it'll be seized because to this day, even though 20 some years ago, we made the point and could prove to the government, and Dr. Tom Balone, the physicist and patent examiner, testified in 2001, the National Press Club event and in disclosure materials, that they were illegally applying the National Security Act that dealt with patents to seize things as ridiculous as an efficient solar panel. So imagine you have something that's really a supercharged system that's going to solve all these problems. There's no way you're going to survive the launch of that if you don't think through the strategies at the front end, because you could put all the money, you could put $100 million into this, and you set it up wrong. The moment you get the breakthrough, poof, it's gone. And if you're not careful, you're gone too. So, having had a front row seat to this and been intimately involved, personally known people who have been killed trying to do this, we won't compromise on what our strategy is. Okay, so that's just a summary of that. Well, we're about done here. If there's time for one more question, yes, sir.
Like at what stage? Like over the vice?
Anything that's operational, we should know about immediately. In other words, if it's OU, over unity, where it's putting out more energy than you have to put in. And we won't believe that unless it's a closed loop. And let me explain what closed loop means. If it's plugged into an outlet, until proven otherwise, it's a fraud, and they're doing a power phase angle trick. I know a group that fleeced $5 million out of people with this trick. There are all kinds of ways to trick wealthy people, right? So, and I've seen all of it in 30 some years. So it has to be something where even if you have a capacitor or battery that starts it up, it should run the system. There should be output that runs your house or runs some motors and lights. And from part of the output, the power needed to keep that system charged is available. And therefore, it's independent, it's off the grid, it's not plugged in, and you can absolutely, in an hour or two, prove, or if you run the system and run a load output longer than the possible capacity of your input power source, if it's a capacitor or battery or whatever, then you prove that you're pulling, quote, free energy from the vacuum, or 0 point. See? So if someone has something, if they think they have something, before they contact us, we require, before we go to do a site visit with my engineers, we require it be closed loop. Because in every single case where it hasn't been, it's been a mismeasurement and an accident, and they didn't have what they thought, or it was a flat out fraud where they were fleecing people out of money, which I will admit haven't been a mark for about $1 million. So, which, you know, is, I'm not rich, so you know, it hurts. So we've learned not to, you know, make the same mistake over and over again. I made a lot of mistakes doing this because, you know, you don't know what you don't know till you've been had by these sort of people. So I would say probably 90+% of all the things you see on the internet that claim these, that someone has this, is outright fraud. And of the rest, so far, if it's publicly being talked about, they're just mismeasurements. Usually the things that are the real deal, very quiet, and unfortunately, usually that inventor team have already gotten encumbered through making business deals and have lost control of the technology, or will not cooperate with it being open source. So one of the reasons why we would like to have a, even if it was something in a bank account in escrow as a line of credit, then people who have approached us, who have this, say, okay, if we can take it and test it, here's $10 million, go have a nice retirement and we'll move on, right? But we don't have those resources yet. And this next briefing, intelligence briefing, will be about the science and technology, which we began to phase over into in the previous briefing on crash retrieval. And of course, these two topics, all of them are integrated, because what's the science and technology? Part of it is a result of the reverse engineering study of exotic extraterrestrial craft, materials, propulsion, energy, communications, components, etc. So in this section of the archive, we'll go to it just so you can see the kinds of categories. We have advanced technology, weapon systems, electrogravitic. We have a whole little section here on that Atacama being that was defamed and falsified by the charlatans in academia. The related ET research, earth and environmental technologies, the inventors. We were talking some of this. We have the Peruvian mummies in there because of the science and technology we need to do on it. Suppression of the technology, and a whole section on 0 point energy and things of this sort. So obviously a lot of these subcategories overlap. So I mean, we could just, you know, click on anti-gravity and just see, you know, what we have in here, 5 pages of different articles, studies, and what have you on electrogravitics and that sort of thing. So what we're going to do is, of course, as we always do, I tried to just put a few things in the priority one file. That file will grow. We didn't have enough time to do a full scrub of all zillions of documents. But at this point, we'll just have a few in here to show. And I mainly want to go through the technology in an early process. It starts from, we would call it exotic, but I consider mundane, to very exotic and rather esoteric, right? So it's going to go through a whole spectrum. And so, and under this one, let's look at the first slide. I love this one because so quartz crystals charged by high frequency currents lose their weight. Look at the date, please. 1927. This was in a physics journal, German, back in the late 20s. Now, this is around the same time that Beefield, Brown, and particularly T. Townsend Brown was doing his experiments, which were very similar. Very high voltage, crystalline materials. They would begin to levitate. And interestingly, the lattice work, the crystalline structure would expand. See what I'm saying? Very, very unusual. So these sort of experiments have been going on for about 100 years. This is 2024. This is 1927. And I understand from researchers such as Tony Craddock, who recently passed away, who's an expert in this area, he's an engineer, that they actually were evidence that people stumbled across that effect in the mid to late 1800s. So the reason this is significant is the science and technology of things that float, fly, without any coefficiency of drag, of air resistance. There's a very long trajectory of human experimentation, which also ended up going classified. The work of T. Townsend Brown became the foundation of the RAND Corporation and their work. And so it goes. Now, this was not extraterrestrial. This was terrestrial, human research. And so part of this analysis that we were doing in this briefing is to see that if you were to take the original Maxwell equations, you can look these up, and how they were altered later, but the original Maxwell equations, the work of Faraday and others in the 1800s, how they number of breakthroughs and phenomenon that began to indicate that there was some energy field that had not been quantified, dealing with the fabric of space and time, where you could put an energy into a system and get more out than in. What this is called is a COP greater than 1, a coefficiency of power, or over unity. It's often called over unity. In other words, you put 1 unit of energy in, you get 10 out. It's technically a heat pump is, right? And hydroelectric is, because it's water falling over a gradient. Why? Gravity, natural gravity, that forces the water due to the accelerating force and volume of gravity can turn a turbine that generates electrons in a stream called electricity. This is your hydroelectric power. That's a free energy device in the sense that if you have a natural gradient, you don't have to build anything, right? A water wheel. But if you build a dam and have it, like the Hoover Dam, then you have something, once that's built, took X amount of energy to build that, and then for as long as that dam is standing, it doesn't fall down, it's water flowing through it, generating electricity without any fossil fuels or energy being burned to put into it. So when we talk about this, I like introducing it in a way that brings it down to earth so it doesn't sound so airy-fairy, like, well, vague. So there are all sorts of examples in nature of this. It's been studied that the ordinary bumblebee, there is a magnetically charged metal in their wings, and their ability to lift the size of the wing does not explain it. And they found out that there is actually an electrogravitic vortex being created that gives it lift. And that's in nature. So the world is filled with examples. And of course, empiricism and direct observation is the mother of all science, right? And being inspired in mind. So that's how the great breakthroughs happen. They've always happened that way. And as mentioned, the laws of the universe are universal. So phenomenon, electromagnetic, and other phenomena in physics that could be discovered on another star system 1,000,000 years ago can be discovered here once, one level of science builds on another and another and another. And that's why the scientific revolution, industrial revolution went together in the last 150, 200 years. In this case, we're dealing with technologies that are in the esoteric area only because it's not commonly taught. It's not that it's new, and it's not that it's rare. It's just that it's not something acknowledged and incorporated into academia or into your PhD program you're doing at MIT or Caltech. It's just not in there. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And what we've tried to do is collect in the archive the articles, the history, the proof, the scientific information, such as this sort of breakthrough that would give people an indication that this is a very well-established area. Now remember, Nikola Tesla, during that time, he had not quantified what's currently called the zero-point energy field. And what do we mean by that? It's if you were to cool down all matter and electrons and what have you down to absolute zero, minus 270 degrees Kelvin, whatever it is, and that stops all subatomic activity. Nothing's moving. There's still a baseline level of energy that is quantifiable. That's why it's called the 0 point, at that base level. Now, it turns out that 0 point, and some people say, well, that's the same as the quantum vacuum energy in the quantum field. Others say it's a little different, but we're not going to split hairs right now. Essentially, what this means is there is as Tesla said, an infinite sea of energy, infinite energy. Later, Professor Dirac called it the Dirac Sea. How humble. And so on and so forth. Now, in the 30s, we had a Professor Casimir, CAS. I don't know if we have a next slide. Okay. This I just mentioned. We'll go into this more, look at the date. The Casimir effect was from Professor Casimir, Casimer. And he had postulated this field, but then it wasn't really proven to most physicists' satisfaction until the Casimir experiment was done in the 50s, where they put some plates together. I'm not going to go into how they did it, but they proved that that 0 point field existed. Now, where mainstream conventional academia and science stops is where they say, yes, that exists, but you can't tap into it, right? Well, maybe you can't at Harvard, but it has been tapped into. So many of the early phenomena by humans on that occurred serendipitously, accidentally discovered and observed, and this is the empiricism, a direct observation of some naturally occurring phenomenon. And that is the mother of all science, after all. And then analyzing it and studying it and trying to have it reproducible. So even though this became like the stepchild of science and electromagnetic studies, there were brilliant people like Nikola Tesla who didn't care about conventional wisdom, and he pushed forward. And by the 1920s, he had an electric car running on just one little battery. It never had to be charged, with some antennas that was recruiting energy, and it was running around. Of course, you know the story. JP Morgan basically said, if we can't put a meter on it, he ain't going to be there, right? So the Gilded Age industrialists moved in and said, no, this can't come out. So just to put a fine point on this, the interest that would want to keep this secret in 2024 existed in a previous generation for the same reasons in 1924. And it's mainly because this, as this senior chairman, the chairman of this major corporation has told us, this free energy, which people say, oh, it's a misnomer, but it's free in the sense that it doesn't cost anything once it starts flowing, just as the water going over the dam doesn't cost anything. So I think that what you find is that this free energy area would have threatened Standard Oil, which the Rockefeller empire at that time, early 20th century, before it got broken up. The income, the personal income of the Rockefeller family exceeded the entire income of the US federal government. The true fact, you can look it up. So that kind of power was the genesis of fascism. Fascism was a late 1800s, early 20th century construct where powerful corporations would collude with but overtake the interests of the governments and the people out of their own interests. It then got adopted by Mussolini and other buffoonery and with Hitler, but that is the actual roots of industrial fascism. You need to look this up because today people throw that word around, to anyone they disagree with as a fascist. But in reality, it's a very specific macroeconomic and structural philosophy that crosses over into politics and influence of corporations and industrialists. And interestingly, Thomas Jefferson, whose hot spring pools are right 2 minutes away from here, he warned in his writings of the unchecked power of the corporation. I'm quoting pretty closely. And that, of course, wasn't being heeded. And, we've now lost our way completely because while people don't realize it, all these covert programs are, in fact, in the true definition of it, fascist and operate through fascistic philosophies, procedures, behaviors, up to and including corporate thuggery and wet works and murder. So unfortunately, this, you can't talk about the science and technology of this without knowing the history of industrialism, fascism, influencing government, overtaking the interests of the people by fascistic interests. And I'm saying this, I'm not at all opposed to capitalism or what have you, but there has to be checks and balances. And when certain interests become so powerful that they override the interests of the people, then you have a problem. And that began in the early 20th century. And it continues unchecked to today. I mean, we like to believe we live in a free society, but we live in a managed society, and it's highly managed. We like to think we have a free market. It's a managed economy. It's not a free market economy at all, because how can it be a free market if the most important science and technologies of the last 120 years have been ruthlessly suppressed and confiscated? Where's the free market in that, right? So no, it's a managed, it's selective, it's a curated economy and curated and selective technologies that are allowed to be out. So you have the brilliant scientific breakthroughs, those get subsumed and overtaken, buried by these other interests who are extremely powerful. They were very powerful in the time of Nikola Tesla in the 20s, 30s, early 40s, and they're even more powerful today. That's just the way it is. So understanding that then will form everything we're going to talk about now. So once you had all these experiments done, by 1950s, the Townsend Brown electrogravity device, look at it, has a little antenna here and positive and negative polarity. It looks kind of like a flying saucer. This is published 15th September 1952. But this is from the Office of Naval Research with all the documents. We have this. And you can read it. People say this doesn't exist. Never heard the Office of Naval Research, ONR? There it is. So the point I'm making is this is established science. The fact that we're not using it is because it went deep, black, classified. Now we can track it if you look at the research we've been done on covert programs. You'll see there's a very specific inflection point in the late 40s, early 50s. You'll see this in the archive. I'm not sure what the slide, if it's the slide is in this right now, where it goes through in journals, all kinds of journals. It was talking about electrogravitics and the future of energy and travel is anti-gravity. And these were in mainstream journals. But once they actually got the breakthrough in, all those things disappeared from libraries. It was very hard to find. It was scrubbed. But we have those. We've collected and found this, and through some great research. And so one of the issues is how did that research from the late 1800s through the 20s, 30s, 40s become potentiated astronomically in the 40s, 50s, 60s? This is the interface in this briefing I want everyone to understand. So the breakthroughs that were done through human ingenuity and breakthroughs, even if they were disregarded and suppressed, were pulled into and known by Office of Naval Research, ONI, other classified projects. And those got greatly potentiated by two things. And I mentioned earlier the acquisition of what Adolf Hitler was working on with the Nazi disc, which Paul Mellon, one of the few billionaires in the World War II, acquired with General George Patton and Allen Dulles. And they brought it back to the States. And it wasn't perfected, but it was definitely electrogravitic. And Paul Mellon confirmed that to his grandson, who is someone we've worked with very closely, John Warner IV, Senator Warner's son. It was the grandson of Paul Mellon. And he personally told, Paul Mellon personally told his grandson, who's still living, that in fact, we did have this, we did go over and get it, and no, it was not one of the ramjet ones. It was all electrogravitic. Now, it wasn't perfected, but it was further along than what we had, and so it was a very high value acquisition, as were the scientists that we brought over who understood it under Operation Paperclip. So you have all this work going forward with human science and technology, and now let's put in something that's a catalytic supercharged booster rocket here, and that is the acquisition of extraterrestrial materials and vehicles, which were, of course, thousands of years more advanced than what Germany had in World War II. And those R&D, research and development and reverse engineering efforts, resulted in some breakthroughs that then combined. So look at it this way. You have two big streams combining into this river of technology. One from the human R&D, much of it did go black from the early 20th century up through into the 1950 era. And then the big stream of breakthroughs for studying extraterrestrial materials and energy and propulsion systems, those combined. And that's why by 1954, we had a published in the vault that this document says that's when we had mastered gravity control. But mastering it doesn't mean the initial discovery of it. The early discoveries of it go back to at least the 1920s, which we can prove through the Koski-Foss experiment, the E. Townsend Brown, et cetera. Now, at that point, you then have these big sort of then exponential growth in these super secret projects on those technologies, both energy generation and propulsion. In this case, non-combustible propulsion dealing with electrogravitics. And it is well known that some of the early movie footage that I've seen and somewhere is in my archive, where you get these old movie cameras that people took and, oh, look at this. And it's this fluttering, the they're going down like a leaf. Those weren't extraterrestrial. Those were early prototypes of human ones that didn't have a stable gyro. They weren't stable, right? And people thought, oh, I saw well, no, you saw an early prototype of a man-made one that was still not a stable flight and stable propulsion. So it took some time from the 40s up until the mid-50s to get that worked out. So it was safe and stable, et cetera, and so on. So this is how anyone who's worked in science and technology knows that's how it advances. It starts out in a very incipient, very early phase, and then it grows and grows and grows and grows and builds on itself. And similarly, the study of energy from the vacuum, as it was being called, or the 0 point. Early phenomena associated with that were accidentally observed. And then when they saw how that happened, they hadn't quantified it until the Casimir effect that was published in the 50s. But the empirical observation and proof of it existed in the 1800s. So these over unity free energy systems go back over 100 years. But again, they were never allowed out because it would have terminated the oil, coal, public utilities, internal combustion engines, train engines, ocean liners, aircraft, et cetera, and so on. Right? So yes, it would be a big disruptive technology, but one that's needed desperately now, but it would have been also then. So let's remember that human nature hasn't changed in 100 years. So the same proclivities to keep something secret that would upset the apple cart of the haves, the people who have this kind of power and money that existed 100 years ago exists today. There's really been no change in that. Now the technologies have become more sophisticated, but not the mindset of wanting to keep it off the market. So those of you who are concerned about the environment, about the future, about your children and grandchildren, about world poverty, this is the only thing you should be focusing on. You never are going to fix this problem, the environmental and poverty problems with solar panels and windmills. Not going to happen. I say this as someone who owns the largest legally allowable solar farm in the state of Virginia on my farm. Not here, but where I live, near Charlottesville, University of Virginia. But, we had a snowstorm last year. Grid went down. That system was so finicky, it collapsed. Wouldn't even run, in no way, even if it ran perfectly, it would heat the house or cool it. And it's the largest one allowed by law in the state of Virginia, $100,000 put into it. I try to walk the walk, but it's, pretty much useless, to be honest with you. So I'd say it. So that is not a solution, nor a windmill, because the wind ain't always blowing and the sun isn't always out for solar. Now, these technologies you could stick in a closet, be a box, run your whole house. It doesn't matter if the wind's blowing, the sun's out, and it runs and it's pulling energy from this ZPE, 0 point energy field. And there's no pollution, and you have no power bill. So this is why I say 99.9% of everyone on planet Earth would love this, except people who are holding stock in oil, gas, coal, utilities, et cetera, which, when I was talking to a $2 trillion mutual fund director a couple of years ago, he contacted me because he had heard about this. And I said, what do we do? I said, you need to be prepared to short the market or divest out of those. He said, well, that's half of the Fortune 500. I said, yeah, it is. And guess what? It's going to go the way of all flesh. It's going to go like royal typewriters or horse and buggies. Bye. And they should have gone that way in 1920. But here we are. And so we have to figure out, how do we phase these in? It's a big problem because it would have been easy to phase in the 1920s when the Earth had 2 billion people. Now we have 8 billion who are all running our whole civilization on coal-based oil, gas, whatever creaky systems, and transmission lines. One of the beauties of these non-centralized electric generation capabilities is that every home, business, whatever factory would have its own power plant, very small, solid state, generating electricity, and it runs your interest. Not only would there be no pollution, but there'd be no power lines. But during the Obama administration, they were talking about the smart grid. And I said to one of the administration, I said, a smart grid would be no grid. You take the whole grid down because you don't need it. Why do you need to have a central power plant if every single home, business, what have you, can have something that costs less than a heat pump that would run your house forever with no pollution and no utility bill? Now, you would think that with the proof we have that these have existed, that there would be one governmental entity or one investment group or one high net worth individual who would fund what we've been calling for an open source R&D effort to reclaim these and release them, but no one ever has in 34 years, which I find very, very curious, given all the billionaires I've met over the years. And, you know, but they're afraid. They don't want to put the money in because nobody cares about anybody but their own safety when push comes to shove, except very heroic special forces guys that I know. Now, what is this? Mm-hmm. No, it's the ARV. So they didn't put the date on this. It's a Mm-hmm. So this was 25 miles southwest of Provo, Utah. By the way, that's going out with her Dugway. Okay, you have a pilot in a C-47 at 12,000 feet, and he saw this object. It's a 1/500th of a second. Now, this is 66. The ARV became operational late 50s, early 60s. If you look at the drawing we have of the ARV to put them together, which we will for the archive, you'll see that this is that object, but in motion. So this is a man-made one. Now, of course, most people look at that and go, wow, it's a UFO, which it is. The word UFO, unidentified flying object. It's a false word. And a more false word is UAP. They're not unidentified. They don't fly. They're not aerodynamic. The only true thing of UFO is object. UAP is even less true. They're not unexplained. They're not aerial. And it's not a phenomenon. A natural phenomenon is ball lightning or a bolide. So they go from the PSYOPs people go from one fake name to another. So UFO was created by the intelligence community to obfuscate, make it seem mysterious. And when that had too much cachet to it, when this UAP phenomenon got pushed forward, it was to actually make it even more obfuscated because words convey thought and consciousness. You have to understand neurolinguistics, all this of PSYOPs. So you create a word that isn't what it is and actually misdirects people because then buried in UFO is unknown, right? UAP, unexplained. Well, of course, by the time they put those monikers, those words together, it was explained, it was known, and we had them fully functional and flying. You see the level of deception and fraud and how slick PSYOPs are, central to this secrecy. Just remember that, you know. Next. Okay, next. Oh, yeah, so this is what I was talking about. You could put those two together. Now, there's a drawing, but it's essentially a similar, same sort of construct. This is from the air show of '88, but remember, these were sort of antiques. These were Mercury era, late 50s, early 60s components on the inside. And that other picture was 66. So you're talking about 6 years, 5, 6 years. And of course, they kept building different prototypes out from classified areas and would test them out in remote areas like that photograph we just saw. So when you get to that level, you realize that in studying the archive, you'll see this trajectory and the proof of how all this came together. So you got to combine reverse engineering on the crash retrievals with what we can prove existed in the early 20th century and mid 20th century that humans were discovering and experimenting with. And that is a very important part of this whole story is how things, discoveries that are great importance, if they're too great or disruptive, they get suppressed. Next. I put this in here. You want to see this carefully. I'll play this. This is outside Ottawa. I received this through, I have the original VHS tape this came to me on somewhere in my archive. And it's a craft on the ground and highly burnished. They had a beacon on it. And it was some kind, it was either a man-made disabled craft or a downed ET. We don't know which. There's not enough data and intelligence on it, but it is a legit video. Here we go. Look at the. Now, the reason it looks like it's moving, there was a military operation to get this, and the guy put on a camera and he's moving. They're moving towards it, and it looks like it's flying. It's stationary. He's moving. Now, unfortunately, I learned that this man who took this, they tried to hunt for him once this got released, and I got it and released it. And the identity of the original videographer who was on this retrieval team, I don't know. I do know that he reached out to someone in the UFO community who was a NOC, a non-official cover, who was actually part of these covert programs. And that gentleman put him on a ranch in Arizona. And he told me, he said, well, he came back one day and he pulls in to the ranch where he had been protecting this guy who was running for his life, because I guess a kill order, wet works had been ordered. And on the mailbox was a baggie with a finger in it that they had sliced off. And it had a little note that said TWEP. It means terminate with extreme prejudice, which means kill. And the man was gone. They just left the finger as a little marker, calling card. Right. So this is the kind of life I've had. But sad. But anyway, so these are very important bits of data, because this gives you an idea the kind of OPSEC, operation security, around something like this. So, everybody says, why doesn't people just let us all go and bring stuff? Well, they have to be protected. Because if you don't think lethal force is used to keep something like this secret, and you're in the US government, you are very naive. You just are not read into the way the world actually works at this level that is beyond deep black, beyond normal TSSCI, and it is ruthless. And so that's the big problem, because you have people who are very heroic, but if they do this, they're basically, it's a suicide mission if we don't stand up what we've been asking for, and that's appropriate high-level protection and security around people who are willing to come forward. It is essential, and that's why I've always asked for it. We're hoping now we may get it. So next. Now here's another example. Look at this disc. It has a U.S. Air Force experimental on it, and this is an artist rendition, but this is from someone who was at this Air Force base and saw these items. And we have his entire, I forget how many pages we have, huge number of pages from this guy, who I think is now deceased, who carried these things out and who had worked and been read in specifically into these sort of objects. So this gets into these hybrid objects. So you have the extraterrestrial vehicles, you have the electrogravitic ones, and then you have the ones that are sort of a blend, where you have some conventional propulsion and systems with electrogravitic. A good example of that is the classified part of the B-2 stealth. And part of its stealthiness, as far as and also some lift, is there's a very high voltage electromagnetic field on the leading part of that wing and on the trailing part, that when they switch that on, it does two things. It does this electrogravitic mass cancellation, a little bit lift to supplement the jets, but it also makes the thing disappear. So I've worked with a man who's attached to down by the Redstone Arsenal, who's been at my home. We had funded him to build one of these free energy devices for us, but he was threatened by a former CI director I briefed and a bunch of goons, and we lost all our money and everything else. But this genius, one of the few geniuses I've met that's living today, he said, "Oh yeah, I can build anything for you that we can put." He's an electromagnetic physics genius that we can put on your car or on a plane. You can go down the highway or truck, and it won't be visible to state police radar at all. It's aircraft, ground radar, none of it vanishes because of the electromagnetic field it creates that makes it, cloaks it. And you see it with the naked eye, but you won't see it with the electric systems that are radar systems. Those have been around a very, very long time. So there you talk about stealth. That's a real stealth in terms of going undetected with radar. And I've been in his lab, I've been in his skiff. And some of these technologies are pretty amazing. But of course, they could have mischievous uses and have had. But so that's why, we're not touching those right now. The good news is this gentleman, he's a very high value witness that will have to be subpoenaed. And he would be a mother lode of current and recent, way beyond what T. Townsend Brown or Nikola Tesla could have dreamt of. Now he works for IT&T, at least he did a few years ago, but it's actually funded CIA. So he's funded by CIA via corporate cutout, which is IT&T. But the lower level of his home is a skiff, as is this other facility I've been to that's near the Redstone Arsenal in Alabama, Huntsville area, where you also have Marshall Space Flight Center. And when I've been at his facility, this is interesting because you would never guess what it was. You go up and it looks like a defunct old daycare center. It has, clowns and balloons on the windows and it's all blacked out though. You get escorted in, go in, and it's an old daycare center. It's a skiff. The banality, the way that these are done, it's just such a great mind trick because it's so unpretentious. It's not something like you see in some Hollywood movie. Of course, those are all nonsense. But be great to do a movie about all this by somebody who had actually learned how it's really done, because it's really more interesting. The fact is more interesting than the fiction that Hollywood shoves in your face. But this would presuppose that anyone in Hollywood has the intelligence to understand this and put it into a film. You can redact that statement. But so this was a proposal. Of course, we've redacted his personal information and name at this time. But this was written for me, for Dr. Greer, utilizing space-time expansion to create a free energy system. Now, the reason I know for a fact he could do this is that, again, Richard Foch, who was the top scientist at the Naval Research Labs in Washington, was very good friends with him. And he brought him, and he stayed at my home here in Virginia, near Charlottesville, and we had many, many meetings. It took me 3 or 4 years to convince him to do something with us that was non-propulsive, not something that flew, but just a stationary energy device. And I eventually had to go down to Huntsville and meet with his top shepherd, A shepherd is the lingo used for the people who are around you that protect you, but also hold your clearances. You know, in other words, they hold your clearances, and they green light who you can talk to or whether you can do anything, right? A high value scientist like this. So I met with this former colonel who was in civilian, who was his shepherd, chief shepherd. He had 5 shepherds. But this guy said, I'm speaking on behalf of the other shepherds, and so long as you stay away from the things that teleport, dematerialize, rematerialize, and fly, he can work with you on that. So it was green lighted, and so we did it. Now, unfortunately, he wanted to do this very secretively. He didn't want to be named. All the breaches of protocol, but look, given how high value his systems were, because he had built free energy, 0-point energy systems as soon as he left the University of Washington, and he had studied under William S. Bender of Montauk fame. And by 1974, he was a young guy in early 20s, and he had a company called Trans-Dimensional Physics. And he had devices, and of course, intelligence folks came in when he got that operational and seized them and had a national security order slapped on it. And he says, you're not going to work anywhere on anything unless you work for us. And they were this compartmented operation within the CIA. And to this day, 50 years later, that's where he's stuck. He's another one stuck on that side. But he was willing to work with us, but he wanted to do it under his normal OPSEC and confidentiality and all that, which of course I knew was a mistake, but it was such a high value opportunity. We went ahead and provided him a little bit of side money, about $65,000, so he could build a little prototype up that we could bring out to the public, prove the free energy and 0 point, and then get some funding to move it to the next level. That was the idea, right? That went down in flames because, ironically, the CIA director I had briefed for Bill Clinton, who had left the agency and gotten involved in some of these programs, went down there with some thugs and threatened him and his wife. And so he walked away, stopped all communications, cut all communications, and we lost our money and we lost our opportunity due to that kind of thuggery. But this is, you know, again, what you kind of expect. Next. Oh, let's go back. I don't have a list of what's in here right now. So hello? Back? Oh, you just hit the back button. There you go. So what you're looking at with this guy, however, I just want to unpack some more things. So his science and technology was so advanced as of 20, 30 years ago that there was an incident that happened at his facility there in near the Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, that he had a sort of a toroidal device, a machine that he could turn on, and it would alter space-time. So Mr. Foch had been out at his farm out in the country where they could switch this on, and the environment, they could target, and the environment, there would be boulders and terrain that would shift to what they were 1,000 years ago and back. Real, I mean, not real, boom, boom, snip, snip, space-time, what we're talking about. This is fully operational, is highly classified, way beyond electrodynamics and 0 point energy. Now we're talking, you know, in the last 20 years, 2000s. One of the mishaps, however, and this is where a cautionary point here, you can't just stumble into that level when you start dealing with these very high voltage systems and what are known as trans-dimensional physics. You're crossing out of linear space-time and through other dimensions. Some strange phenomenon can happen with space and time. So let me give you an example of a time disaster that happened with one of his experiments. They were working on this device, and the containment, the electromagnetic containment field of this device went outside the device and went halfway through one of the scientists who were there, not this gentleman, not JC, but the gentleman who was there. And I was fully read in, briefed on this. And half of that scientist aged at some huge multiple. It was like a time age. So half of his body aged so quickly he died fairly soon thereafter. Because all organ systems aged as if he was 120 years old. But half didn't. So this is where these technologies, you need a little bit of information before you're tinkering around. Another reason why, even though I'm not a physicist, I know enough about this, and for setting up an R&D lab, you need some very well educated covert consultants who understand that and what area of this you want to stay away from, okay? Because it can be dangerous. The other kind of comical thing that happened, it was one of his toroidal, kind of a donut-shaped device, and he accidentally, he could put a broomstick in it, and it would just disappear. It would dematerialize. He could pull it out, and it would be there again. It wasn't just optical. But he accidentally one day dropped a bolt in it, and it vanished. It dematerialized. It went out of this dimension to some other. And then a few days later, he was having breakfast with his wife, and it literally out of thin air materialized and fell on the table. Boing. So this gets into what at the CIA they call WSFM, stands for Weird Science and Frickin' Magic. You ever hear this term? It sounds like a radio station, but it's WSFM. My uncle's old company, Northrop Grumman, I met an engineer who worked on these things. He said, we just call it PFM, pure fucking magic, excuse my language, but that's what they call it. So so some of this phenomenon, when you start moving out of just energy generation and normal lifter technology, where in the electrogravitic field, basically, as I mentioned earlier, you're sort of canceling the gravity effect because the whole item is an electromagnetic field bubble, and it just becomes essentially weightless from the point of Earth's gravity, right? And therefore it can move at 200,000 miles an hour, make a right-hand turn, controlled for 1G, and the occupants won't feel it. And there's also no sonic boom. Why are there no sonic booms if you're moving at more than the speed of sound? Because a sonic boom is when you're going faster than the speed of sound, and you're cutting through the air comes in after, you go through, and it comes back together like thunder, and there's this clap, right? That's what a sonic boom is. These objects move at 100 times the speed of sound, and there's no sonic boom. Why? Because it's not displacing a single molecule of air, right? It literally creates an electromagnetic field, space-time bubble that they move in. So the physics of this is fascinating. I'm not going to go into too much more of that, because for the average person in the Congress or public is going to lose their attention pretty quickly here. But it's fascinating. It's understood. It's been known for decades. So let's cross from there to let's ramp that system up a little further. So you ramp it up in a different frequency and with different algorithms in your electronics, and you can cause something to literally drop completely out of space-time. In other words, it ain't there, like that bolt. And then under controlled circumstances, teleport it to another point in space-time. So where is it between those two? And it's instant, like this. So this gets into the discussion of the entangled universe, what's called the quantum entanglement. And it's been documented and proven for decades, all the way back to the latter years of Einstein, which he called the spooky effect, where the same particle would be at 2 points in space at the same time. Look this up. He just called it spooky. It was spooky because he didn't understand it. But as more research was done in covert programs on this, they began to realize, and by 1953, if you read the disclosure part of the archive, you'll see the gentleman, Fred Threadfeld, who was at the Canadian base in 1953, and he personally witnessed these experiments where, as I mentioned, an ashtray would be on a device here, and it would teleport instantly and be on the other side of this huge base and back. Boom, 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 boom. So it's important to realize that those technologies in this, let's call this another basket or constellation of related technologies. They go all the way from free energy to electrogravitics to the ability to materialize and dematerialize and teleport and so forth. Those are all fully operational, fully operational. So you can begin to imagine what anyone in the conventional world of academia, in terms of catching up with this 100 years of lost knowledge, are up against, and why they won't accept it, because it's so far outside anything they're taught. But you can also understand what people who have tried to rein in this organization, what they're up against, because they're not stuck using an F-35 or a howitzer or fill in the blanks of your kit, your conventional equipment, even the most classified equipment that the legal government of the United States or Great Britain or anyone else has. They're up against that kind of technological zeitgeist and momentum that's been going for 100 years. And some of these technologies literally are thousands of years ahead because of the accelerator effect of reverse engineering extraterrestrial systems. Now let's move to some a little more esoteric. We haven't gotten to the esoteric stuff yet. This is just the exotic and the mundane. Well, I'm trying to decide if I want to say this. These same scientists can be applied to, as I mentioned in a former briefing, stagecraft, right? So stagecraft of hoaxing false flag operations, not just craft and the fake man-made ETs, but also altering space-time, creating illusions, and way beyond just a hologram. But also altering what someone is doing in their lab and remotely influencing it, right? Because if you're able to move through the entangled aspects of physics, and of course this has been proven in mainstream physics of this whole thing of particle teleportation, if you've kept up, but we're talking about this on a macro level, like a whole craft or a whole person or what have you. And so whatever you're seeing in the physics journals from the top universities and on this issue, just remember they're back pre-1940 is where they are, right? At MIT, Harvard, wherever, Caltech, Duke. So what happens with this sort of gap is that since people don't even know ask the right questions, phenomena and operations can appear that create this entire illusion or effect and fake events. But it also crosses over into weaponized medical or health issues. So viruses can be teleported on people. Cancers can be put from thousands of miles away into someone. You can pinch off the main coronary artery and kill someone. So these are advanced levels of wet works and assassinations. Those have been deployed. They don't do it often, but they do it often enough. And having been targeted more than once by these, I can assure you they're real. Now, what you also have to realize is that those can then be deployed in the ultimate trans-dimensional field of physics. That's the science of consciousness. So the conscious field, which is the baseline field in space-time that manifests all things in reality. It is the deepest level of dimensional effect. the sciences that grew up around that in the 1950s, 50s, have continued apace. So these are way beyond just propulsion and energy or directional energy weapons. Now we're talking about the ability to, for example, the man who invented in 1956 a headset that would, he offered this to me, he was in his 80s, that you could wear and that would click you into, through frequencies, seamless remote viewing and remote influencing through consciousness and thought. So that was invented in 1956. He told me that he thought this would be a great thing for, studying and exploring the universe. Not many of these scientists are, but he told me, of course, he was very elderly when he was sharing this with me, that the agency created a front company. I think he called it Alpha Metric Corporation. We'd have to do a search on that back in the 50s, that bought his invention out, but it was actually a front company for the agency, which is often how they operate. And it vanished, but he knew how to build it. He offered it to me to do peaceful CE5 contact, but I told him it'd be way too dangerous for my team to walk around with one of those. It's dangerous enough. Not yet. Let's not do that. But how did that come about? What came about because the intelligence community and military and their prime contractors, and back then, a lot of these electronics were related to communications. So there was one highly compartmented operations dealing with energy, propulsion, teleportation, and then this stuff. Because guess what? When you retrieve these craft, there are communication modules. And the communication modules are physical devices, but they're interfacing with the conscious field and thought. And they, from one node, let's say on the craft here over Earth, they instantaneously connect through trans-dimensional space-time in the conscious field, quanta of thought, stream of thought from that device to a star system that's 1 million light years away. But it doesn't take 1 million years at the speed of light because it's not traveling at the speed of light. It's traveling at the speed of thought, which is instantaneous. And there are quanta of thought, which have been proven in even mainstream universities like Princeton with Dr. Bob John and his random number generators and so forth, which are also all in the archive. Now let's imagine that this paradigm of understanding the cosmos and consciousness and thought gets weaponized. All right. A very poignant story, a scientist who had worked for Bell Labs back in the old days, Murray Hill, was tasked, a general had brought in about a soccer ball sphere that was the interstellar communication device from one of these craft. And their task was to figure out how it worked. And again, this sounds like a science fiction story. It absolutely isn't. I've heard a similar motif pattern to this story many times at that level of science and technology, covert studies. And this gentleman and his team started working on it. And the device started sending them thoughts. It said, the general has very bad intentions for this. Please destroy me. The device referred it to itself as a person. Please destroy me. So they were morally and ethically so unnerved by this that they accidentally, on purpose, put it in some kind of oven or something and melted it as an accident. That was the cover. The general was furious. And the very last transmission from the blob of stuff left was, thank you. True story. True story. Absolutely true. So you're getting into now we're getting into the WSFM, the real weird science and freaking magic. So let's talk about that a little more, unpack it. So we know that applications for the electrogravitic started in the 50s. We have Lieutenant Colonel Williams, who is on our team. He's one of our Disclosure Project witnesses. You read our material and archive. His parents, back in the 50s, used to go and see some friends in Ventura at the Rand Corporation, and they accidentally went in, popped in without having called them. And they were in their office wearing a belt with a rectangular black device, and they were just sitting like with your legs crossed, floating above their desk and just floating around the office. Now, this is in the 56, 57 time period. And that is true. So, you know, these technologies have been fully operational since around the time I was born, 1955, 57, 58 time period. But the corollaries in electronics dealing with thought and consciousness, like this guy who had his device taken by the CIA through this Alphametric Front Corporation, also were being developed and put into application. Now, obviously, these would be great value for interstellar communication, for peaceful CE5 contact, et cetera, and so on and so forth. And it's very, even if you want to go to Mars, it's a huge problem. If you have something on Mars, it depends on where it is and it's elliptical around, you know, in the solar system, but it can take about an hour at the speed of light to get a signal from Earth to Mars. And even if it's an unmanned rover, by the time you see it's about to go over a cliff, it takes an hour, it's gone. Never mind the people there. So real-time communication, the speed of light is just too slow. What I told the CIA director's wife, Dr. Woolsey. And so you have to develop technologies that bypass linear speed of light. That's 186,000 miles per second. Why? So let's just do a little quick sidebar here. Let's say you're from one of our CE5 contact ambassadors, ETs. You'll see the photo of him, named Bijou, is from the Andromeda galaxy. So Andromeda is 2.5 million light years from Earth. So at the speed of light, it would take 2.5 million years to get a message to say hello to your home planet in the Andromeda galaxy. And then for them to say, how are you today, would take another 2.5 million years. It's 5 million Earth years. So as an interstellar civilization, it's impossible to be interstellar and not be transdimensional. Again, the maxim, the theorem, all interstellar civilizations are also interdimensional. They have to have technologies both for travel and communications that transcend linear space-time, full stop. Now, when a group of brilliant scientists and covert programs get their hands on something like that, what can go wrong, right? Who's supervising them? Who's put guardrails up of how these can be discovered and deployed and how they're being used? So this is a huge security risk for the United States of America and all other countries. To have an unsupervised, illegal operation headed up primarily by ruthless sociopaths with that kind of technology, and they have it. So when I say the risks attendant to that, this is why I began to have these meetings with people like the CIA director and Army intelligence folks and what have you, is because I knew the dangers of this once I realized that once it became clear to me that the chain of command had been severed and there were no adults in the room watching what they're doing, then I realized, woof, this is dangerous. And now you're beginning to understand why I have said repeatedly, there is no national security risk on Earth, not China, not the Middle East, not Hamas, not Russia, not Ukraine, nothing that comes close to the unchecked power of this organization with these technologies. So the good news is that these sciences and technologies would give us a whole new civilization, eliminate poverty, and would have enormous applications for medicine and healing, I'll get to in a minute, and for space travel and communications, even Earth communication, way more efficient than 5G or what have you. But if you have malice or ruthless power as your prime purpose, there's a problem. Because as I said, you can take a knife and put butter on your bread, you can slit someone's throat. In this case, you have a sociopathic group that loves to slit throats, the equivalent metaphorically. And those technologies have been weaponized. And this is why there are no skiffs where you're going to stop the penetration of this organization from knowing every word being said. So why have any of this in a skiff? And this is what I always say. The very first thing I say to everyone who says, use this encrypted system and use this NSA encrypted. I've been given access to some of these things. I go, yeah, I will. I go along just to be polite because that's their comfort zone. And also they're required to engage in certain OPSECs, operational security protocols. And I understand that because they have to obey their protocols. But I also tell them with full informed consent means nothing. Those are totally penetrated in real time, all the time. So if it makes you feel better, I'll do it. This is why I'm very transparent, because you're not going to frustrate those. We don't have enough trillions of dollars to frustrate those, to stop being penetrated by those systems. But imagine then the same capability to have a headset and see remote places turn into a remote influencing system. So the pop culture, I don't know what the next thing is. This is a document, that's a CI document talking about the scalar waves and equations. So when I've been talking about the scalar waves that are attendant to the electromagnetic pulse and how they're being weaponized, this is an official document, okay? And all of this is in the archive. And the electronic warfare capabilities attendant to that, because it's faster than the speed of light, are very, very significant. But these same systems can be used in a way that can remotely transmit disease, but also remotely influence mental states. Now, everyone's heard about the Havana syndrome. Everyone in Congress is made aware of it now, and the American public, if you keep up with the news, and directional energy weapons. Those are very, very faint echoes and primitive versions of something that was fully operational in the late 50s and early 60s that got spun off into what pop culture would call psychotronics and radionics. So these are systems that utilize this kind of electromagnetic scalar field to remotely influence consciousness, thought, behavior. I had a woman on my team back in the 90s who worked for a company that was a contractor, part of this organization, keeping the secret. And he said, yeah, we had consoles. If we wanted to target a meeting of a board of directors of a corporation in New York City, we could be in our underground base in Utah or wherever it is. And all we have to do is target that volume of space and the individuals there. If we wanted people to come to agreement to a decision we wanted them to make, they could turn the dial one way. If they wanted everyone to be fighting and not to come to agreement, they could turn the dial the other. I know this to be a fact. Absolutely true. So this remote influencing using these type of technologies that are transdimensional, weaponizing them and remotely being able to do these sort of effects is very real. Now, of course, people say, now you're crossing into tin hat territory, you've lost me. But luckily, there's enough information coming about the Havana syndrome and other primitive systems where you can connect the dot and say, yeah, okay, put that on steroids and supercharge it. Back to 1950, having potentiated those systems by studying interstellar communication systems. Systems that allow for not only influencing when you want to think to your device, but communication. But then you turn it into something malevolent or something that could be a weapon system. So now we're talking about another order of influence and corruption and abuse that can happen when these are not being regulated and looked at and controlled in the interests of the ordinary people. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the regulatory state, but there are things that absolutely you cannot keep super secret and let people who are sociopaths use it and abuse it. So the abuse of this kind of power, both temporal power, but technological power is an existential threat to humans. Now, but let's flip it around the other way. Those same systems, this is to put in the butter on your bread instead of cutting your throat, those can be used to assist people in gaining information, developing a consciousness, communication with each other and remotely across the distances of space. And they can be applied to the extent that they could be applied to induce a cancer state or a viral state or a heart attack or whatever. Those same technology can be used to heal remotely or in presence. And I have worked with some scientists who are in these classified programs. They said, oh yeah, every disease we know can be fixed through these technologies. Because they will share this with me because I'm a doctor, right? So what we're using in terms of imaging, in terms of healing, surgical, this is like savage, brutal, backward stuff in 2024 in our medical system. But why? Because all this stuff has been classified and not been brought forward to the benefit of humanity or to, so in this example, medical science. Although I've had a few people reach out who, back some years ago at the break, we were making a joke. We were joking about this account where back some years ago, I was invited by some scientists who worked in a skiff in El Paso. It went pretty much under the city and the Mexican-American border, who were working on the medical applications of this, but in a positive way, so it could benefit people in this organization. Although their aspirations and their rationalization for working on it was that it could come out to benefit the public. So I go in there, and I'm on my way there, connecting through Houston, airport in Houston. And I'm waiting for my connecting flight to El Paso. And there's this man following me around with a big beard, like you see in the hillbillies with the big, And I go to the bathroom. He follows me. I thought he was some kind of weirdo. He finally comes up to me. He's the nicest guy in the world, wonderful man. And I didn't know who he was. So he says, you're Dr. Greer? I say, yes, I am. He says, well, I'm Billy F. Gibbons. I didn't mean anything to me. He said, well, I'm the lead guy for ZZ Top, the group. I said, oh, cool, love it. You got those legs. We clip that in. So he says, somehow he knew one of these scientists who said he could come, but he had to get my permission. He says, but I have a first class seat for you and we can sit together on the flight there. I said, well, is it okay with them? He said, yes. I said, well, it's okay with me. I'm their guest. He said, no, they get your permission. I thought it was very strange. So I said, yeah, let's come. And we had a great time, great party, and had a lot of fun. But we go into this place and go in, and these guys were working on technologies that literally, let's say that you, like some of my friends, special forces friends, one of them working with us had an arm and two legs blown off. And he says, yes, we could attach to the energy field. You hear this phantom pain? Well, it's because the body of light, let's call it, or the astral body, or the body you in a lucid dream fly with, or when you have a near-death experience, that is still there. And it's, even if you use your physical 3D legs or arm, it's that is still there. And so that can be attached to, and then with your genetic material, you can regrow that limb perfectly. Similarly, they said we absolutely can, if you have a severed spinal cord, we can regrow that, reattach it using these transdimensional electromagnetic systems. Oh my God. And of course, I'm an emergency doctor taking care of spinal injuries and quadriplegic, horrible accidents and limbs missing and everything else, and stuff like I just had happen. But this would be an amazing breakthrough in science and technology medically. And they just wanted me to know that they were working on things that would be the future of medicine. Now, this was probably about 25 years ago or something like that. All right. Now, what the state of the art now is, you can extrapolate. Boom. So there are many, many reasons for disclosure. One of them is protect humanity and the planet from the misuse of these technologies. But one of the things I say to members of the Congress is that there are many wonderful applications for this that don't involve time-space snaps or electrogravitic systems that could be a missile delivery system. There are medical and energy generation. I call these the tier one technologies that should be out right now, and with disclosure could be out right now, and it would transform this planet. Now, once the planet becomes more just and abundant and peaceful, then you could bring out the electrogravitics, right? But you have to be careful with that, because if there are rogue elements who get those and you figure out how they operate, it's the mother of all high-speed missile delivery systems, which you really cannot let just any rogue psychopathic dictator around the world have. But I always tell people the worst people on earth have these technologies, and the good people of the earth have no benefit from them. Notwithstanding, we've spent trillions of dollars funding these programs unbeknownst to Congress, because we'll get to this. When you have a defense contract and it says, oh, the B-2 stealth bomber costs $2 billion a copy. Well, it really costs $150 million. The other $1.8 billion goes through the back door into these projects. It's flat out embezzlement. And this was very much one of the very first questions I'm asked by members of Congress and the Senate investigators and others is, how is this funded? And I give them this example, and they go, oh my God, I mean, you hear about these cost overruns. It's more than that. Even if it wasn't a cost overrun, the quotes and the price tag, and one of our witnesses, our Lieutenant Colonel Heckert, personally witnessed this happening at Nellis Air Force Base and blew the whistle on it and was persecuted for doing so. Absolutely, virtually destroyed his life and career. Yeah. So, ironically, you would think you'd get a medal for blowing the whistle on illegal embezzlement of federal funds being diverted into these purposes. No, it ruins your life. So again, this is why the Congress needs to get serious about exonerating these people, actively protecting them, and putting laws in place that anyone who interferes with a whistleblower is arrested. Tampering with a witness, witness intimidation. There are all kinds of federal laws on the books. But someone needs to say, these are on the books, go, right? So if Congress won't do it, FBI, DOJ should do it, and the military, the Universal Code of Military Justice needs to get kicked in for people in the military doing this. And obviously, an organization like my own cannot do that. We can advise, and we can give the reasons why, we can give the data why. Next, let's go on the next slide. I don't know how many more do we have? So one of the things that's very interesting here is the secrecy order that was given, and we blocked out some of it. But this is a secrecy order from the patent office seizing and a cease and desist to someone we know who had invented one of these earth-saving systems. So it's not theoretical, it's real. And one of the real problems is that people who have that kind of power, who then abuse national security authorization for this, absolutely should be prosecuted. This is an illegal application of the National Security Act. And it used to be Section 180, 181 of the patent law that allows for the seizure of patents and technologies that would affect the national security. But that's such a broad basket, like your grandmother's skirt hides everything. And so the problem becomes, who's watching a classified operation like that and protecting inventors and the free market. from the abuses of these embedded operatives in the patent office or elsewhere. Now, you don't have to submit a patent to have your technology seized. If they know you have it and you're developing, they can just come in and take it, which is what happened to our Redstone Arsenal friend and to Mark Cummings. And I can list dozens and dozens of people that have had that happen. But this is the reason why there needs to be, for the science and technology that would benefit Earth and humanity, need to be protected. But there's nobody in Congress aware of this and mining the stores. Next. And I just wanted to point this out. This is part of a draft of a new Earth Incubator Fund. I called it back when this was written. Fortunately, it's not dated. But maybe 10, 15 years ago. And it was talking about how quaint 7.2 billion people, or 8 billion now, how we could fix this problem by setting up a fund that would incubate and support as an open source R&D effort, multi-centered, and with it being live streamed, where the research and development, the breakthroughs would be released to the public under a controlled, within the guardrails of things that aren't going to be harmful or potentially harmful, like anti-gravity propulsion, right? But the things that would generate energy, the technologies that would be applied to medical science, and to an extent, communication technologies, those would be ones that would be should be cleared to go forward. Unfortunately, DARPA invented the internet, but they're not going to do this because DARPA has elements, the Defense Advanced Research Project Administration, people in DARPA who are attached to these illegal deep black programs. And so it ain't going to be done by DARPA. And I don't think it'll be done by a major corporation or anyone in the government. I think it needs to be done by a private institute funded properly, wherever the funding comes from, where it's transparent. And then all the work is open source, because this is what, when DARPA created the internet, that was open source, right? I mean, everybody has the internet, Now, it spawned thousands of internet companies, right? And IT and all this. I mean, the biggest companies in the world are now tech companies that are worth $1 to $3 trillion, which wouldn't exist without the internet. So we need to start a whole new economy by doing this. So my proposal has been to do that if somebody would like to support it. The other thing that I think is important in all of this is, this to just put a point on it. If you pull up the Stephen Aftergood, the Federation of American Scientists report on the seized patents from 2010, which should be in here, you'll see it's in the archive. We can link to it if you can't find it right now. That document was a mainstream, the Federation of American Scientists is very mainstream, and they admitted that there were over 5,000 patents that had been seized. Remember? And one of the ones that I thought was very interesting that they cited was an early 1970s solar panel that was more efficient than anything we have today. And this was not a weapon system. This was not electrogravitic propulsion. This was simply a very highly advanced, I think it's from the University of Maryland. I'd have to look it up. And so what happened is, when we had this report come out, I said, well, bingo, this is what we've been saying for 30 years or 20 years, that there are so many patents and inventions that have been seized. But just think for a minute, you're seizing something that was so efficient 50 years ago that it would have competed with the price point of coal and oil in terms of energy density. And it was seized. Now, there can be no national security justification for that. It is, again, the corporate and industrial interests influencing policy in the government, military industrial, which is the roots of fascism. So these actions are fascistic, period. And I think, unfortunately, that is something that needs to be addressed by law. And there needs to be much more rigorous supervision of this division of the Patent Office. Also remember that one of our whistleblowers, a physicist, Dr. Tom Vallone, he was a patent examiner at the Patent Office, and on his full testimony is in here and transcript. And when he blew the whistle, he saw them doing this illegally, seizing wonderful, amazing inventions and what have you. And he blew the whistle on it and they terminated him. They fired him. So he gave testimony to all this. Subsequently, he sued the Patent Office and won. And so now he can't talk about it because the settlement was sealed, right? But luckily, he gave us all the information prior to his settlement. So we have it. We have a release that's signed by him. We can put it out there. So this is the value of these sort of whistleblowers, is that they can then connect the dots and prove that this is really what's going on. So between the research of the Federation of American Scientists, testimony of Dr. Tom Vallone, the documents and inventors who've given us their national security seizure orders, the man that was featured that we did not name in the Lost Century, that we went last year out, or previous year out to hit their place. Pat Pearsall was with me, who is a place out in outside Phoenix. And he had something the size a little bigger than a shoebox, putting out 5 kilowatts of energy. And he had received an order from the Patent Office denying him any patent and saying this was of significance to the national security. But in reality, all it was doing was picking up the electromagnetic flux field. It wasn't a 0 point. It was more a rectification system where you rectify the energy of the magnetic field and the stream of magnetic and electromagnetic energy coming from the sun, and pull it, gather it, and put it into an electron stream that flows, called electricity. And we went out there, and he was running this little house and electricity, and he was also mining Bitcoin. I don't know. I mean, he was running things, all this stuff, and he was very brilliant, but eccentric gentleman, but he wouldn't release it. I said, well, and unfortunately, he had taken in $5 million in funding from a very suspicious organization. And a lawyer that he was dealing with worked for Boeing. He said, no, you have to do it this way. Of course, and he listened to this shyster, that this lawyer from Boeing, as if this was good advice. I said, oh my God, this is a fox in your hen house, dude. And he's also has an MD. So I'm going, another example of someone brilliant in one area and completely unschooled in the security and strategic needs. But he has that document in the film, it's in our archive. So I think this is why the only way we're going to get the basic environmental and poverty issues solved is either a civilian effort that gets funded properly, and you're not going to do it for less than $20 to $100 million as a startup, which is a very small amount for something this big, or you're going to have the government penetrate these programs and get the ones that are safe to release, and they release it, right? Those are the two paths. I don't know which is more possible, because I've been all over the world for 30 years asking for funding to do a proper research and development effort. No one's ever wanted to do it. But now let's talk about some of the other applications that have been suppressed. You all have heard of the problems we have with our nuclear power plants and the atomic radioactive waste, right? So they create, millions of pounds of this stuff out of these things. Well, that stuff is glowing and dangerous for millennia. What do you do with it? They were going to bury a bunch of it in barrels in Yucca Mountain and all this kind of stuff. Interestingly, I met with the CEO of a company that was started from the technology of Ken Shoulders, and he had these charge clusters, they call them charge cluster arrays. And it had many applications, one of which they found that when you, when they would, these little, it's like a tiny little ball lightning effect, these high voltage clusters, that not only would they recruit energy from the 0 point energy field and be over unity, but if you had radioactive material, those isotopes could be put into this system, and it would cause those radioactive isotopes to become non-radioactive, right? So this is a environmental cleanup and abatement system. And back during when Secretary, a cabinet level Secretary of Energy, Governor Richardson of New Mexico was one of Clinton's cabinet members. He had this presented because they were looking, because DOE manages a lot of the, of course, the nuclear, and there's a huge problem with, you know, when you have an old nuclear missile and all that waste, there's a lot of radioactive waste. And of course, it's dangerous for thousands of years. So he thought, well, this would be great. So they issued a $5 million grant so that they could further this, because it had been proven at a university in Japan and the University of Illinois, and been studied. So it was very credible. The data was there. And when this organization, this intelligence and covert organization, found out that grant, it actually had been published, and this is unheard of, they pulled it back, pulled all the money back because they were threatened. That happened, and that's so Mr. Richardson needs to be subpoenaed about what happened and why, and the other people. But Ken Shoulders has passed away now, but that technology is still known. We have it in our files. Now, I'll take it one more step. There was a Harvard professor of physics named Dr. Santilli who left Harvard, started his own effort with relatively low temperature plasma systems. And we know these plasma systems are used by extraterrestrial systems, some of them, and what they do, and he did a very specialized, it was a magnetically charged plasma for fairly low temperature, I think 2,000 or 3,000 degrees. So I visited his place down in Florida where he had these reactors, and what he could do, he could take sludge, let's say old antifreeze or old chemical waste, put it at the front end of this, and it goes through this plasma, and it would tear apart at the atomic level all that material. All that you had at the effluent was carbon, and then there was a hydrogen, a magnetically charged, you call it magneto gas, magnetically charged gas that you could burn for energy that had zero pollution, right? None, because hydrogen, when you burn it, you get H2O, basically. You get water, it's all you get when you burn hydrogen, as you know. But you weren't having to frack it off of carbon. It was you were cleaning up industrial waste, and you were getting energy, and you were getting rid of the toxicity. But the thing he never published, which my science advisor, Dr. Loader, and he confided in, and this is the pièce de résistance. He was embarrassed. He did not want this published because he thought it discredited him. And when he went through the effluent, the output, you know, this carbon and he found that there were certain elements, such as gold and silver and platinum and other things, that were in the effluent, the output, the waste material, which was totally inert, not toxic, that wasn't in any material on the input. And so he began to study this. And what he found was, and this is fascinating from a physics point of view, I'm trying to simplify this for you. Those of you who remember your high school physics, you have an atom and you have the electron shell going around like this, right? In all directions. But in this highly magnetically charged plasma, what it did, all the electron shell around the nucleus, the proton and the neutron, right, was pulled into a toroid, like a donut, and the nuclei were exposed. And so you had, without fusion at the temperature of the sun, you had the recombination of the nuclei, and they went up the periodic table. So all of it, you're talking about transmutation of the elements, right? But basically, this is what the sun and these very powerful fusion reactor is what the sun is, right? Fusion. But when if you put this into a scientific containment, you can actually take anything, rubbish, and get platinum, gold, silver, whatever. And he saw it in document. We saw it. I went, why don't you? Oh no, too dangerous. Because what happens to the gold market? If you you want 3,000 pounds of gold, here it is. You take a bunch of rubbish and tune this thing just right to the right. Now he had not gotten to the point where he had tuned it. This was an accidental discovery. But I always say some of the most important discoveries in science are serendipitous. They're observed, empirical observation. And this is a phenomenal area of science, because what it means that once you get to that level, then you cross one more step higher. And what you realize is that extraterrestrial technologies allow for the creation of any material without digging it up. So let's talk for a moment. Oh, we have about 20 minutes. There's a lot to unpack here. How do you make an extraterrestrial vehicle? All right, let's talk about making a Boeing jetliner, 747, or an ARV. So we dig junk up out of the ground, metal ore, aluminum, whatever it is. We refine it, smelt it, roll it out into metal, fabricate it, the whole process that we've been doing for a couple hundred years of the Industrial Revolution. This is not interstellar level of science. So this is caveman just barely out of the cave. The way they create an object, a craft, is that they set up a very powerful trans-dimensional resonant field, and from that level of quantum vacuum, and let's say visualize sort of an electromagnetic blueprint that has all the details of what you want to create. That's put in, and it then recruits the subatomic particles. Because remember, if you look at the physics, all matter is really energy, and you break it down beyond into the quarks and the subatomic, they're fluxing in and out of this pluripotent field, right? Everybody knows this in physics. What they're doing, what the extraterrestrial sciences are doing, they're tapping into that very basic level, creating, let's call it like an architectural blueprint of the whole spacecraft. And it's in like an extrusion mold, comes into 3D, materializes, that is perfect. This is why when we've studied the material, they're so pure. Every single atom, molecule, whatever it is that even in the vacuum of space, the scientists said, we can't create this. So I went in and said, but you don't understand extraterrestrial manufacturing. They're not digging this junk up. It's not from an asteroid. This is why I laugh at the xenophobes and the bigots who, the aliens had us mining gold. And, the whole Zacharias Sitchin thing. And I go, yeah, that's very interesting. Be a theologist and leave science out of it, because if you're interstellar, you're certainly not enslaving early humans to dig gold up out of the ground, right? I mean, if Dr. Santilli could just create gold out of this thing, when you're an interstellar civilization, you've mastered that level of physics. And that explains why, when you look at the ET craft, the comparison we did in the previous modules, they're seamless, they're pure, and all the components are woven within it. It's not like you bolt this here. Not how they build things, right? It's not how they're made, but to understand what you're looking at, how it functions. And when you start getting into the material sciences of this, then you discover, well, these elements that are in here, and atomic particles, molecules, metals, whatever, are of such an extraordinary purity. And it also explains why even the light coming from these objects is of such a clarity and purity, it wouldn't be possible with a man-made system. So you're not dealing with an ordinary manufacturing concept. So this is another whole paradigm. So in the future, let's go into the future, these sciences will be adapted and we'll be able to manufacture anything we want without touching anything out of the earth. Nothing. You don't dig up anything. Talk about abundance. Now we're talking a real different civilization. I'm going to give you a peek into our future. And this is understood, by the way. They're highly classified, this information. So the material sciences, the only ones we have as a result, as you know, from Colonel Corso and others, but I have other people besides Colonel Corso, is that the only things we have in our current society that were, let's call it a payday from these covert programs would be fiber optics, we're from ET vehicles, integrated circuits, night vision. There are a few things. So they've monetized that through corporations. And also there are specialized materials we use today that were the result of reverse engineering the specialized materials on these craft. I'm working with a man who headed up a corporate effort successfully that George W. Bush actually got involved with after he left the presidency, that took some of the material from a crashed ET craft in South America, Brazil, and they were trying to figure out how they put it together. This material was very, very different from anything we have on Earth, and they figured out how to do it. But this guy is very brilliant. He became the CEO of this company, and he's on our team. And he should be put to testify. But they were able to spin it off into a specialized material that's now sold. So there are many material sciences that are a result, and they then patent and then license that process and technology. So there's a huge amount of money. We'll get to this on the black budget part. I want to connect a bridge dot here. You don't have to just embezzle black funds and do slave trade and drug trade. It's the monetization of covert research that gets spun out through the corporate contractors and their front companies or new corporations they create that you and I are buying. And it creates trillions of dollars over the years in revenue. And that revenue goes to the corporate entities and their constellation of cutout companies that then can also fund and potentiate these covert research projects. Think about that in terms of a revenue stream. So we'll get to this in the black budget. So you have the black budget of the United States, some of which gets siphoned off. You have normal contracting. You have, as Catherine Austin Fitts has talked about, embezzlement and misappropriation through HUD and every other agency. But then you have this, and this is big, because you have then enormous revenue and financial spinoffs as a result of research we're paying for. But that can then be very, very highly lucrative, profitable. But the really earth-saving, life-saving technologies aren't out there. And people say, well, why not the medical ones? I said, because the same physics behind how those medical systems work, any scientist would recognize you could then convert that into energy generation. It's all a related area of physics and science. And at that point, it's the end of oil, coal, gas, nuclear power, public utilities, the whole conundrum of the last 100 years. So then we'll take this one more step in WSFM discussions. There's a great deal to unpack here. I'm just accessing the information. But what I think people need to understand about this is that imagine, if you will, the ability to go from one point in space and time virtually instantaneously. You have, levitation, electrogravitic, teleportation. But now let's take this one more step further. And if you have a spacecraft and you understand the ability for it could be in two places at once, it can be in three places at once. So there are accounts of a craft being in multiple places at the same instant in space. And of course, I learned this in the early 1990s and through my own experiences with these civilizations. But I always like telling the story because it makes it very real. And it's an example. I like using examples. And there was an actor and singer named Burl Ives and his wife Dorothy, and they were on our executive committee back in the 90s. They've since passed away. And I got to know them really well. We'd spend time at their home, and it was like a grandfather to our little children. And so they were learning about this from us, and he was very interested. Burl Ives was a 33rd degree Mason, but the conspiracy theories are always wrong. He didn't know anything about this subject. There are 800 orders within those 33rd degree, and there are a couple that deal with this, but he didn't. And interestingly, my place in DC, my condo building is right next to the 33rd degree Supreme Council, that temple on 16th Street up from the White House, one point deliberately. Anyway, so it has this huge pyramid on top. So I sleep really well there usually because I'm on the top floor, right level with the pyramid energy, the sidebar. Anyway, y'all should come, it's fun. But so I had taught her to do CE5 and contact, and she had amazing experience. She was teaching her grandkids, teenage grandkids. And one day she calls me up and she said, "Oh my God, Dr. Greer, you won't believe what happened." I said, "What?" We were very close. Well, one morning after she had been practicing these protocols, she wakes up, and she used to get up she got up about the time I went to bed, right? She got very early at pre-dawn, and she was, or early morning, and she went down, and outside her house was a circular ET craft that was putting a kind of bluish beam through her two-story foyer. And suddenly it was transmitting through consciousness technologies. And it said, "Do not be afraid. You are always protected. We are always with you." And she knew instantly to call her best friend who was living in LA. And her best friend lived near Northridge. And it was when the Northridge earthquake was happening, if you remember that. It was in the 90s. Anyway, at that instant, her friend picks up the phone and she says, "Darcy, you won't believe this. I mean, this earthquake." And there's this craft, it was the identical craft, right outside my house with this beam coming in. And they're saying, "Do not be afraid. You're protected. We're always with you." The same phrase over and over and over again. And they were identical, like identical twin craft. So Dorothy said, "How could that be?" I said, "Well, because you're thinking of space and time as linear and as matter as fixed in space-time. But the same spacecraft can appear in 2, 4, 10 places simultaneously using this technology and understanding the plasticity, the flexibility of space-time, which we view as very fixed and linear. It's not true. So the ETs actually recently demonstrated this to us at a CE5 expedition in Joshua Tree, which we won't go into, but it was a very fascinating event that happened. That was a space-time snap. I call it a time snap. And so you can snip, or replicate. And so ET technologies allow for that. And it was a very, very amazing experience for her, but she didn't understand it. So she called me. But you all should understand that these extraterrestrial civilizations have those abilities. So now we're talking about teleportation, dematerialization, rematerialization, bilocation, trilocation. and frequency shift of matter so they can go straight through. Now let's talk about that for a moment in the last few minutes. One of the reports that I've had over and over again from pilots, military people, and I'll share this one as an example. My friend Dr. John Altshuler was flying his private plane in Colorado, and he went south near Blanca Peak, which is the sacred mountain of the east to the Native American tribes of that area of the United States. And we've done many, many CE5 events there. So he was flying along, and all of a sudden he saw this huge material just boom, came in immediately right in front. The idea most people have is that they fly in like this, like a jetliner. No, there can be clear air and it just materializes because they could be sitting there and then come out of trans-dimensional space-time into 3D. And they can be in and then out, and in and then out, just very easily. So it fully materialized, and it's a very crystal clear day. You know how it is in Colorado when it's like that. The sun shining on it, it was burnished with bright reflection of the sun. It came over, and he disappeared off radar, for which, of course, he had to check in with the air traffic control. And all the dials on his little private plane, I forget what kind, it wasn't a jet, it was a prop propeller, were going nuts. And then he saw this, when it pulled away, and he was having a contact experience, but it pulled away and it went straight in about a third of the way down into Blanca Peak. And of course, he thought, oh my God, this is going to explode and crash. But it didn't. It just slipped in to the solid mountain. And in this case, not through a hologram portal like our covert bases have. And he didn't understand why didn't it blow apart? I said, okay. And everyone just use this as an example. My physical body, if you were to take all the intra-atomic and intermolecular space out of it and put all the mass of all the atoms and molecules in my body, would fit on the tip of a pin, a needle. That's all this is. The rest of it is space and trans-dimensional energy fields, frankly. So if you were able to resonantly shift the frequency and the angular momentum of all the atoms and molecules of your body, you would be able to walk through that wall. Okay? So if you do this with an electromagnetic system on a spacecraft, it means that you could shift it just enough so none of the atoms and molecules of that whole ship would touch any atom or molecule of that mountain, and it can go straight through it, absolutely straight into it. That's been observed, and most people sanitize, take out of their report that kind of event because people can say, oh, well, then you were hallucinating. How much LSD were you doing? No, it's a science. It's a very known science in the classified world, but that is how that's happening. Interesting, very, very interesting. This discussion honestly would go on for 5 or 6 more hours about the amazing applications of these sciences. But I think for now we'll just say that's probably enough for people's brains. So.
Do you know, this is from Abby online. She says, do you know what the motivation was for the explosion at the subversion zone that caused the earthquake and tsunami that killed 250,000 people in 2004?
9. So that question is, do we know the motivation behind what happened at the 2009? I'm a stickler for details, sorry. Must have been hard being raised by me. A big joke in my family when the kids were little. You're a mean daddy. Oh, well, thank you. They were wonderful kids. So yes, the purpose that this man described was let's call it a beta test. You know what a beta test is? So when we have a technology that's getting ready for prime time and wider use, you got to test it somewhere to see what it does. So they didn't want to do that scalar directional energy weapon over the San Andreas fault or what have you. They did it so that you could wipe out a bunch of poor brown people in Indonesia. I want to comment on this. There is a very ugly part of this structure and how they operate that is deeply racist and also abusive. And so, and I'm not one to scream and play the racism card at every turn, which is all the rage, but no question that that's why that area was selected. And they needed to test it somewhere. So, you know, it's like the first atomic bomb test. You know, you would never know if it worked or not if you didn't at least test it, right? And the same thing with any other weapon system. At some point, you have to do a real world test for the purpose for which it was created. And in this case, if they need to trigger fault lines and create global emergencies, which is the plan, at the deeper levels of the psychopaths in these covert programs, as was explained to me by Prince Hans Adam von Liechtenstein, they really want to have a global emergency that wipes out 4, 5, 6 billion people. That is what they're wanting to do. So in order to do that, then they're going to run different scenarios and they're going to deploy certain technologies. And so this was a beta test in 2009. This is now 15 years ago, almost. Almost exactly 15 years ago. I think it was about this time of year. To see if those systems work, are they effective, et cetera, and so on. Now, you heard a very similar account. I mean, when I was talking to Lieutenant Colonel Heckert, Air Force, very high. He was a U-2 spy plane pilot at age 19 or 20, and then was read into all kinds of programs and was at Nellis and whatnot. Now, what he shared with the public is only partial, but he has shared that he knew of the positioned, they call them nuclear torpedoes, that they had placed on their different fault lines that could be detonated. And that was a long time ago. But you can go from nuclear to directional energy weapons. And so again, these technologies evolve. It is a little bit of, like Dr. Strangelove, you know, with the crazy mad scientists riding the missile down, you know, yeehaw, you know, I mean, there's a certain level of these folks when I met with them that's a little whacked out, to be honest with you, to be frank. I don't know if we can redact that wording, but unstable and strange in their values. So just because you're brilliant doesn't mean you're not evil. Okay, so there are very brilliant people who have really bad intentions. If you doubt it, look at the geniuses who created all the systems and weapons and chemicals for Auschwitz and the Third Reich and the Holocaust. Very, very brilliant people, but also rather evil. So, you know, this is another mistake people make. Oh, someone's so smart, aren't they wonderful? Well, not necessarily. If you use your intelligence for the good, it's wonderful. But if you use it for destruction, it ain't so great, right? And honestly, this is a pattern that you see, is what I call the covert brain drain, where some of the brightest people I have ever met in my 68 years, and certainly in the last 34 years of doing this work, are not in academia or corporate. They're in these deep covert programs. And the gentleman down at the Redstone Arsenal, if the IQ scale measurements went above 200, he would have one. And there are a few of these people I've met, just astonishingly brilliant people. But once they get pulled into that illegal program level, right? Like that gentleman, they really stuck there. We almost got him out just to do the entry level free energy, 0-point energy work, but that got subverted. And this is a real tragedy, because if you look at the consequences to society of people who have that kind of capabilities, aptitude, skills, not doing it for the benefit of humanity or for an ever advancing civilization, but for this kind of global destruction, war, etc. It's a problem, you know. And so there's another, let's call this another level of benefit to society of rolling up these illegally run covert programs, because those same people could be, and I know a number of them who really would like to do things that would benefit America or the world or humanity, but they can't. They're stuck on the other side, you know. And this is in a real sense what we're trying to do with the disclosure project, but also with the folks who may have to step in as law enforcement teams that we're briefing, would be an act of liberating those folks from those skiffs and from their situation. And then their knowledge, the physics, the science, everything could then be used to benefit humanity, which is really what we should have. And if, you know, in terms of going into space, you know, we're still using a memo to Mr. Musk, you know, a Roman candle that you put someone on SpaceX. This is not advancement. You're tinkering around the edges. And so at a certain point, you know, not only are those, you know, jets and rockets doing enormous damage to the strata in the upper atmosphere. Anybody who thinks otherwise, just because you work in that industry, you're delusional if you don't realize how much damage is done by all those chemicals and exhaust and whatnot, particles. But, you know, we should be able to be going into space for decades now before, you know, I joked with my uncle before he died, who worked for Northrop Grumman and worked on the lunar module, you know, the little, the machine that landed on the moon the first time with the little thrusters and this and that, gee, you know, it was too bad you didn't have access to these, the ARV and other things, so you could have just gone, whoop, boop, whoop, landed, no rocket fuel, no pollution, much safer, nothing to explode. How many astronauts have been blown up on the platform or in the space shuttle or what have you? All that is unnecessary, right? And I've had more than one astronaut and space shuttle commander come up to me and say, talk about this. I won't name them, but, and so, you know, this is again, a national tragedy that's avoidable. How are you going to fix it? Well, you're going to have to fix it one step at a time. And this is something that a private organization like our own cannot do, but certainly the president can, and the Congress can, and the director of NASA can. But they would have to learn about all this, drill down on it, and when they start to, they will be threatened. And they will also have inducements and threats. So part of the question is, and I started the very first session this way, it's about your fund of knowledge, your integrity and honesty, and your courage. You need all three. You can't just proceed. And I mean, if you don't know anything, you can be courageous and you know what, so what? Or you can be honest, but you don't know anything. Or you can have integrity, right? And have a lot of knowledge, but you're going to say, I'm out because it's too dangerous. I would say the biggest problem I've run into in the 34 years of doing this, and then the over 30 years of working with people at the level of the CI director and people like that, is that most people do not have the courage to go up against rogue and thugs that would make the worst of the brown shirts and SS and the Third Reich look like choir boys. So that's the problem. And that's why there has to be very muscled up security around this at this point. Must be. And look, I'm not a violent person. I'm not a military guy, but I certainly strategically know what's required. And it isn't going to happen through wishful thinking and singing kumbaya. Not when you're going up against people who are more ruthless and have technologies that people in the Third Reich could only dream about. Okay, so this is a very critical issue, and that's why I'm tired of people that I know being killed. I am. So Okay, part of the pop culture zeitgeist that's evolved is the SSP, Secret Space Program. It's 1 part truth, 9 parts rubbish. All right, I'm going to be blunt here. Most of the people who proffered that have admitted now publicly that they've concocted and made that up. So do we have advanced technologies that can go into space? Yes. Are we out intergalactically in a bang bang shoot 'em up war with other civilizations? This is what that narrative says. No. Moreover, the extraterrestrial coalition will not let us out of our solar system yet. And if we did, we have been tossed back like a bad penny, right? So a lot of this, you get something that's real, and then it gets conflated and embellished in a false narrative. So just to be clear, do we have the capability for interstellar? Yes. Do we have the clearance to do it? And are there other interests out there that would stop that? Yes. The other thing that's very funny when you drill down on the people proffering that false narrative is that we're out there, they're the good aliens and the bad aliens. And we're working with the good aliens and shoot them up with the bad aliens and bang, 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 bang. One of the interesting things about that is the inherent racism of how that's portrayed. And you see in the UFO literature, all of the good aliens look like they walked off out of Sweden. White, blonde, tall, da da da. And the bad ones are darker and have features. And this is just interstellar racism. I just call it what it is. But it works because humans are inherently racist, honestly. All humans are tribal, which comes from our chimpanzee monkey tragic, the original biological evolutionary sin of monkeys that combine identifying troops and fight each other and do engage in warfare and kill each other. Now, because of our human collective history of exploitation, war, racism, slavery, all of this, they've learned to use that sort of almost sub rosa, subconscious level of racism and exploit it. So in retail, I call it retail ufology, that is the narrative. And the good aliens always look like someone from Iowa. And the bad ones are, so, it's just racism, flat out. And I'll call it what it is. I'm a blunt person. I know it can be offensive to some people, but it is. Now, what you find is that is very sellable, however, because of people's inherent tendency to identify with people who look like them, act like them, etc. So if someone has a phenotype, genetic expression that doesn't look like too weird from humans, automatically you should be afraid of them. They're a threat, and you should kill them. That's human history, right? That is, you look at thousands of years of human history. It's our collective experience. And that can be exploited in psyops and has been on this subject. And they're going to continue to exploit. So the mythology of the secret space program is that there are forces aligned with the good aliens doing galactic battle with the evil ones that don't look like us. But let's just stop for a moment. You're going to be a civilization capable of interstellar transdimensional physics and travel. And by this narrative, you're out there going bang, 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 bang with lasers. Let me be clear. There can be no war at that level of technology. If we know that mutual assured destruction, MAD, which is what's called in nuclear policy, that if one missile is launched from Russia or from here, it goes into mutually assured destruction, and that's why it's sort of been a stalemate since World War II. Imagine if you had technologies 1,000 times more powerful and destructive than a thermonuclear weapon, right? Now, just exactly how much shoot 'em up, bang bang, cowboy and Indian stuff is going to happen? Well, that's going to be over in 0.1 nanoseconds. Boom, over. because the technologies at that level are so powerful, you can dissociate space-time, and literally you could target a planet like Earth, and it just vanishes out of its orbit. It's turned into subatomic flotsam, literally. So the idea that we're going to engage in an Earth versus alien war, or that there's some battle out in space, which is the mythology of the secret space program that people buy into, it's dangerous thinking. It's irrational from a scientific point of view. And this is why, as a scientist, I say, let's go to the science. Everyone can relate to what a thermonuclear weapon is and how those big ones can just lay to waste, an entire metropolis. But those were from 1952, right? 72 years ago. But now let's visualize technologies that are at that level of space-time transfer, going from point A to B beyond the speed of light. Those technologies weaponized would be non-survivable. If a thermonuclear exchange is not survivable, I can assure you these technologies that are orders of magnitude beyond the nuclear level of physics would render any conflict non-survivable. And so you come to this inescapable conclusion, which I did back 30 some years ago, is that the only path forward isn't world peace. World peace would have been the League of Nations at the end of World War II, one. By now, the only viable outcome is universal peace. Peace on Earth, peace in space. Anything else is the end of human life and civilization. So all of your Dr. Strangelove fantasies and racist hatred and us versus them binary dichotomies and conflict notwithstanding, that isn't going to happen. It's not possible. It's a non-survivable scenario. So as much as people love war and conflict and division and hatred and the addiction to racism and hatred on this planet, childhood's end, my friends, because that cannot happen given the technologies involved. Because we're not throwing lasers at each other out there. We're not going to be throwing spears, and we're not even going to be throwing thermonuclear devices. That's 70-some-year-old Earthling technology. And that's been supplanted by technologies which these illegal covert programs have, and certainly the extraterrestrials have had, or they wouldn't be here. And so these fantasies, which make for great movies, Star Wars, Independence Day, Alien, Hollywood has been the one of the chief vectors for this false narrative, frankly, by design. And I think we have to free our mind. I love that group in Vogue, Free Your Mind. You remember that, Free Your Mind? Love that. Boom, boom, boom. So let's play it. Ding, ding, ding. I can play it in my head. So this is how I entertain myself. But we have to free our mind from this sort of trap. It's a mind trap. It's propaganda. And if we don't, we're in a non-survivable trajectory. It's an extinction level event that would happen. So the idea that there's a secret, we're going over time, a secret space program that's been how it's been portrayed on some tabloid networks I won't name, because I've been on them. This isn't going to happen. All right. So do we have the capability? Yes. Ben Rich in 1995, I believe, when he said, we have the means to take ET home. He did not say we're doing it because he knew better. He's a very, very smart man. So people conflate that we have the means and that we're actually doing it. Now, initially, the ETs didn't even like us going to the moon because we were going there. The Apollo mission was a proxy for the Cold War, as you all know. They got Sputnik. They put the first man in space in the Soviet Union. We were playing catch up. So we had this program from the early 60s until 1969 to get a man on the moon. It worked. My uncle worked in that world. But it was a proxy for great power competition. These civilizations really don't want us going too far out into space unless it's for the express purpose of science and exploration and peaceful involvement. They do not want a civilization or a species like Homo sapiens going out there with guns blazing. And that is a prime directive, if you wish. That is a requirement. And that, of course, frustrates people who would like to stretch their wings and flex their muscles in these covert programs and go out and do things. And I've been told very specifically that we have been blocked and at times turned back and our systems shut down. I have a Defense Intelligence Agency guy who talked about how we had sensor systems that were not during the Cold War, and he thought they would be looking down on the Soviet Union or here and there. No, it was out in space. And then he was shown a photograph of what we were imaging out there. But he said that when we get too close to it and begin to target it with some directional energy weapon, all those systems go blind and they just cut it off. So there are a lot of, I haven't begun to unpack the complexity of this problem from a national security point of view and operational point of view, but it will give, what I just said will give you an idea of why we need a new generation of leadership who understand this, who have access, full access, and control the deceptive operations and the reckless events that are happening. And we move forward as a peaceful, global, and interplanetary civilization. That is the path we should be on. That was the path offered to Truman and Eisenhower by the ETs. We rejected it, and here we are 70 years later. So that is the crux of the problem. And once we agree to live together peacefully and go out in space peacefully, my understanding is the cosmos will open its arms to us, but not until then. The entry ticket, the clearance to go out there in any meaningful way is that we're peaceful on Earth and we're peaceful in what we do out in space. And that should have been achieved decades ago. And I would suggest that people at NASA and in the government who are on the legal side of things understand this and understand what needs to happen in order for us to actually have a relevant space program. Because right now we don't. We're using circa 1940s rocket junk, and we're going out there with the wrong consciousness and purpose, and that could easily turn on a dime, but we need to be educated enough to then do it and have the will to do it. So here is to establishing a new civilization and attaining universal peace as well as world peace soon. This is one of the Lockheed facilities that's out in the desert. Again, these are not runways. You see the diamonds? The diamonds are where you put the craft up and you strike them with an EMP to see if it will withstand that. It's a test range, but it's also used as a down area to track and down ET craft. So at this point, I'd like to sort of segue to something that, and I'll try to be finished by 5 so we can do some Q&A, because I'm sure you have a lot of questions by now about all this. And I would encourage people, when we get the archive out, to study the list, but all the documents that go with it, because it links to witnesses, it'll link to other, and this is the sort of connectivity that is the real task of developing this archive further. That's just starting. But a man who I mentioned who surfaced last year, who is based at some of these facilities out west, and that's all I'll say. One of the reasons he has come forward is due to the soul-crushing projects he's had to be manage and be involved with. And these include, as I mentioned previously, the tracking and targeting of ET craft and downing them. And he's been directly involved in carrying the bodies in the spacecraft, but also the poor innocent civilians who've been knocked out of the sky and killed. But no trace of them exist. None. They're just missing. Craft never found, people never found. Now, I know that that's happened at 2 facilities that he is over but we know there are similar facilities all over the United States, all over the world. And so we know, therefore, there have been, if our crash retrieval programs that we've documented now number in 100 and whatever it is, 30, it's probably 10 to 20 times that. Because the only ones we know about are the things that have leaked out or whistleblowers or information's come out. When I was told that each of the two facilities I hovered over were knocking out a couple of ET craft a year, do the math. 4 times 40 years, 160. That's more than our whole thing. And none of our crash retrieval cases are from those facilities. So whatever we're going to show you on how we've downed and how many craft we've taken over the years, it's probably much less than 10% of what's actually happened, which is very disturbing and very dangerous, because there is an unacknowledged secret war that U.S. assets since the 40s have declared on these extraterrestrial visitors, and this is very dangerous. This is why we have to be very thankful that, given their extraordinary technologies, that they haven't just, if they were of a violent nature and hostile nature, this would have been over about August 1945, over, done. And this is my argument I keep repeating when I go into briefings with military or people in the Congress or executive branch, is that, look, I know it's popular to see an enemy, and if you're, the old saying, if you're a hammer, the whole world's a nail. So if you're a military guy, anything you don't understand is a threat. That's the consciousness of that. And I understand that. But, you know, obviously, you know, the juggernaut of people assuming that these are invading alien forces, how hard would it be to bring the entire, you know, military assets of the world to its knees by civilizations that can travel at 1,000 times the speed of light with technologies that were unbelievable, right? This is not their intention. If it was their intention, it would be made very clear to us by now, given how much loss of life and how much aggression they've suffered from our end. So these sort of sites, most of them are dual purpose. They're for both testing our own man-made craft, and they're for targeting and bringing down. Now, the most disturbing part of this is something that got disclosed to our team from these sources who are currently very high up in the covert programs, about what they call the P3 operatives. So I'm going to connect a dot here between what Michael Herrera saw and the crates of bodies and people being transported and this program. So what these facilities house underground, you know, big operations. So when they enslave or traffic and bring in these sort of victims, they're actually given they go to places and given sort of a choice that's not a choice. They'll go to areas where people are starving or where there's some natural catastrophe, and the people are going to die anyway. And they say, well, you can come with us, and this is what we're going to do, and we'll do experiments, and you'll have to work with us, or you're going to die here. So most people, if you have a chance to live alone, you say, okay, I'll do it. And they scout them for 3 attributes for P3, which is the telepathic, intuitive, telekinetic, you know, psychic abilities, quote unquote. And they're mostly they take quite a few children who they see could have that potential. They do an analysis, women, and some reason left-handedness is part of their algorithm, and gay and bisexual males. And those are people who have been found to have enormous intuitive and remote viewing innate abilities in their studies. So they select from that demographic, crate them up, bring them in. Now, they put them in a program where they are trained to be P3 operatives by putting them in electronic devices and also with drugs to see if they can develop their abilities further to hack into the guidance systems of extraterrestrial vehicles and hijack them. So let's just call this cosmic psychic hijackers. It sounds like science fiction. It isn't. Very well developed program. And if they can't do that, then they clean the toilets or cook the meals or clean the facilities and maintenance. They do all that in these deep underground bases, and they're pretty much stuck there. A few have escaped, and there are others that are friendly, these P3 operatives that are working now with these folks on my team that are defecting. And I'm going to try and meet with them soon out there. I was supposed to meet with them in end of October when my catastrophe, my accident happened. So what's important to understand is that everyone in the most senior levels of these covert programs understand trans-dimensional physics and the science of consciousness. And we're going to get into this very much more deeply, but we only have a couple hours to do it in the CE5 contact module briefing. That's the last one, Saturday evening. But just so to give you, because this is more relevant not to what we're doing with peaceful contact, but with hostile takeover. So imagine, you know, the story of our very top secret drone a few years ago, looked very space age that the Iranians were able to hack into. And they were able to hack into hardened firewalls of this remote controlled drone, hijack it through electronics and land it without damage. And there they reverse engineered it. You can Google this story. So now visualize a super high-tech team that have developed, based on the science of consciousness and understanding non-locality, where the consciousness field, which is not limited in space-time, can be used in specific technologies to see, but also connect to, with consciousness and thought, the guidance and control systems of an ET vehicle, take it over those systems, pull them into a strike zone, hit them and bring them down. That's what's happening at these sites. So they've gone from sort of just tracking and randomly to then developing this program. Now, the man working that program wasn't read into it at the very beginning. When I first put out in 1991, it's in the archive, the comprehensive assessment of the UFO ETI subject, extraterrestrial intelligence subject. One of the sections is on technology-assisted consciousness and consciousness-assisted technologies. And the reason this is important to these facilities and understanding it is that you're not just dealing with electrogravitics and EMPs, you're also dealing with operators, P3 operators, that have the ability to go in and remotely, with quanta of thought and consciousness, get into electronic systems. Now, human systems are not so amenable to that, they can be. I mean, you can do things with, like Dr. John at Princeton, who had people putting their awareness on random number generators, and it would shift whether it's zeros or ones and what have you. You knew these studies. We'll get into this more later. But imagine having it on a supercharged high tech, where you have very advanced technologies that have been reverse engineered from extraterrestrial communication systems that are thought activated and consciousness interface. So ET, the extraterrestrial spacecraft guidance systems, are both thought and bioelectrics. This is why you often will hear accounts of the ETs touching a console and thinking, off it goes, right? So technology-assisted consciousness is where you have technology that helps an individual's own consciousness expand and operate. But a consciousness-assisted technology is when the intention and consciousness of the individual actually activates and runs the technology, because it flows both ways. So that's why I call it CAT and TAC. And unfortunately, that information got weaponized. So, the concept I brought forward, and this is why when I first started doing this, I'm going to connect a big dot here. I didn't know in 91, 92, when we had those contact events, that was picked up on the radar of this group, which is why General Stubblebine offered $2 billion for me to stop doing that and join his team and be on the board of this group. And I said, no, thanks. But once this was revealed to me in September of 2023, well, I knew we had programs experimentally. I didn't know they had been developed through the use of these slaves, these captured people, and how refined it was, that they had perfected that ability for humans that are integrated with machinery, very advanced electronics, and by using drugs, they could be put in these states to be able to see, tap into, and hijack an extraterrestrial guidance system, navigation system, and take it over. So now, I don't think that's 100% accurate. I'm sure when ETs pick up on an invasion or a hack like that, they can do, but let's say they're not watching, or they're able to, someone's asleep at the wheel. I mean, there are people like we are, and people aren't 100%. The only infallible entity in the cosmos, to me, is the Great Spirit, God, whatever you want to call it. So what happens is that there are enough cases where they're able to do it that they keep these going. Now, I've been told that most of these slaves, operators, die, and they often end up in a really bad coma and then die. But there's a certain number that do survive. And now there are some that are cooperating with us. But I have not done an op yet with those P3 operators. I'm planning to, because they want to escape from that and do peaceful contact, right? So, do you see what I'm saying? Now, I trained the CE5 people to do this low tech. No drugs, I don't believe in them. No electronics, just doing it low tech. But I do know that these technologies have been around in some form or another beginning in about 1956. But I did not know until recently that they had developed a whole system, sort of an underground slave trade or human trafficking trade, to get to curate exactly the correct attributes from these really poor, desperate people and turn them into these operators. But there's a very high fatality rate with them. So it's a rather monstrous program. So the men who come to me who are involved with that are very upset about it morally, ethically, and they want it to stop. And so that's why they've come to me. I'm telling you why the most important defection, the people who know what is really going on at that highest level are sickened by this. And remember, many of these men were boys, 18, 20, and they did the special forces training, whatever training, got moved up through the system. And 20, 30 years later, boom, here you are in this jackpot. But once you cross over, like that one witness I said who had the uncle who liberated him from the Nevada test range, most of them don't have someone like that in their family with that kind of juice, that kind of power. And there's no getting out. I mean, this is why my security driver, he said, thank you for what you're doing for those of us stuck on the other side, on this illegal black side. Because they really, many of them are wonderful people doing horrible things who want to get out. But there is no getting out unless something changes. So this is why, very interestingly, this pen that I was given, the crest said in Latin, to liberate the oppressed. But I have great compassion for the fact many of these boys and these men who become men later are themselves need to be liberated. And they've thanked me. And this would shock most people. So, we got to do it. One of the things that is, the CE5 community is going to have to realize is that what we're doing innately with CE5 contacts is very powerful. If you can master what, like Ingo Swann, if you can master the science of consciousness, you don't need chemicals or a device. But those devices are real. Now, the other thing I learned is that some of these covert cells working under corporate cover piggyback on CE5 events that I'm doing in an attempt, because they know we're very successful in contacting these objects and these people, in an attempt to down them when they come into 3D. And I've said for about 25 years to people, the reason that we always say to these ET civilizations appear in any way that's safe and appropriate for this time and this place is because I've known that there were tracking and portable scalar electromagnetic pulse systems and attempts to down them. And if an object comes in during a CE5 contact event 3D, where it's got the neutrino light scatter picked up by NRO space and corporate ground and other, they're going to be hit. They're absolutely going to be hit. And so this is why we're very careful in communicating to these civilizations, just be aware and do what's safe. Which is a lot of people, this is why they foolishly will say, let's throw out a lawn chair and we'll have one land in the yard and we'll have bagels and lox and whatever, this sort of facile, childish approach to this that you find in the general population. And I go, no. The likelihood of that can only happen if all systems are shut down in that vector or sector of space and ground. And I don't have the means to do that. Soon we may have. So one of the really important reasons for disclosure and getting these projects under control is to stand down those operations. This has been this is in fact the first mandate I've given the law enforcement strike team. If these systems aren't stood down, we're headed for a catastrophe here. And so on this planet, so those have got to be stood down. So the chief facilities here that are operationally controlling not just P3 operations, electromagnetic pulse, scalar, satellite, both passive, active neutrino light systems, et cetera, and so on. Those need to first be taken back and stopped, and then converted to systems that could be protective. So you could take these same systems to turn them into an outreach program that's diplomatic and peaceful. So this is a sword with two edges. Right now it's only cutting one way, which is violence and destruction and death. It could be used to facilitate open contact. So the same technologies that exist. And so these more senior people who are working, they get this, they understand that. But the president and the Congress have no power with these projects, frankly. And the law enforcement team that needs to roll, the only way they're getting read in is through our witnesses, our team that's high up that's defecting, and the information that we've accumulated in the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. So that's why that becomes very important. And the primary use of the unredacted part of the archive. Everything the public will see is redacted, as I mentioned, where things are taken out because I have to for ethical reasons. But these guys will have the unredacted, the full Monty, all of it. Now, just so you know, the Senate Intelligence Committee, Armed Services, and that Aero office has all unredacted information, as does the president, the White House. That was done about a week before the June event. It was just on a hard drive. We hadn't developed the actual archive and the database and the searchability. It's just a raw dump. But they have it. And to which I've said, well, when I sent it, was you have no excuses now not to gain control over these projects, right? You heard me say that at the National Press Club. That's why. They have it. They have everything. Everything we had scanned as of that date. Now we put in more, but there's more than enough for actionable intelligence for them to correct this. What have they done? Nothing. So now I'm communicating with both the deep cover people in these illegal projects and the law enforcement and special forces strike team, everything I'm doing. There's total transparency. So they know what these folks have, and they know what they're not doing. The House Oversight Committee received this as well, all of it. So as citizens of the United States, all of you need to say, you have all of this, what are you doing? Why aren't you? You are in dereliction of the constitutional duties of your oath of office. You should say it in those words. They should be warned, because at a certain point, the chickens are going to come home to roost. Why should people be allowed to violate their oaths of office and stay in office? Why should criminals be able to kill people or kill ETs or enslave people and abuse them or kill innocent people or intimidate witnesses or embezzle money in the trillions of dollars and get away with it? Do we live in a civilization with the rule of law or not? Right now it's not, except on ordinary things. So given a free pass to these fascistic programs is very bad. And now there's no reason for them to not act, because they have everything that's in here, the unredacted, is in the hands of the people who can fix it, including the Pentagon and the White House. And then Senate Intelligence, Armed Services, House Oversight. And when this is made public, every relevant person in governmental positions will have access. And if they ask for it, and I think they're serious, well, they'll get the unredacted, right? So what's your excuse now? What is your excuse? There is none. That's why I'm doing this. Yeah. All right, so let's, a bit heavy note to end on, I guess, but we have a few minutes for questions, so let's take some. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. The question is, if they know this, let's call this the theater of operations known as Earth, using a military concept, is dangerous, why would they be coming here? Well, that's a complex question, and there's a complex answer. It'll take a few minutes to unpack it. Number one, they've always been here, all right? One of the mistakes people make is that these civilizations had no awareness of Earth until the modern era of nuclear and atomic bomb explosions. That's not the case. Now, it created a crisis when we did that, as I mentioned, because it caused a huge ripping of the fabric of space-time due to the scalar component of those electromagnetic pulses. But they also knew it meant that we were on a trajectory going from an agrarian society, tribal, to city-states, to nation-states, to the early industrial age, this last 200 years out of 1 million years of human history, to, machine guns, to airplanes, to jets, to thermonuclear weapons. Now, to complicate matters, we then began to augment in classified projects human discoveries that were kept secret, such as the Tesla scalar work, the zero-point energy work, the early electrogravitics. We'll get into this, by T. Townsend Brown, Beefel Brown effects, the Kolosky experiments in Germany of 1928-29, where they already had things lifting and levitating using very high voltage electromagnetic systems, right? So all of that, the ETs were watching, because they've been around. There's one civilization that's been around for around 700 million to 1 billion years that we've had contact with. And there are others that are newer. But certainly since before recorded history, there has been extraterrestrial knowledge of this oasis known as Earth. And there have been ET communities on the Earth that go back thousands of years and way into pre-recorded history. There's no question about that. The problem becomes when an intelligent species that can manipulate nature and science, which of course the trees don't and the dogs don't, whatever, but Homo sapiens can. So we're conscious and we're intelligent. But if that civilization uses its free will, let's say, to move and double down again on the path of war and destruction, well, you can watch that sort of slow train wreck when it's bows and arrows and muskets and cannons. But when you hit the nuclear and then beyond, so just keep in mind, once we hit both the nuclear and the classified exotic technology threshold, then we, humans, became an existential threat to other worlds. We were not only viewed as a threat to ourselves, but we're a threat to other places. And sort of crazy. So as an emergency doctor, I always make the comment that if you're insane, if you're mentally ill, and you're a danger to yourself and others, we would commit you under an involuntary commitment, right? The magistrate is called, police are called, I sign away, and off you go. I've done it a lot, hundreds of times, right? Now, think of how they would view human civilization over the last 100 years. Crazy, out of control, uncivilized, and a danger to ourselves, where we could destroy our own planet. But worse, we have now become a threat to their worlds. Why? Because when Ben Rich said in the 1990s, we have the means to take ET home, quote unquote, he meant it. And he has confirmed it on his deathbed, as you know, from our witness, who is the aerospace illustrator and writer, who was at the National Press Club. So one of the big problems is that with that juggernaut of unsupervised, exotic, and advanced technologies, not on a leash of rational people in society or governmental entities that would be rational, they just become crazier and crazier and crazier. And they get into a bubble where they feel like they have the right to do anything they want because they have so much power and technology. They can. And under those conditions, we, without anyone ever stepping up, since I've been on this planet since 1955, no one has been able to get that operation under control, because it went out of control about the time I was born here, when Eisenhower lost control of these operations. So this thing is a runaway freight train going off the tracks, known as human civilization. And for that reason, they're here not only because they are philanthropic and compassionate to humans, and they love the earth, because the earth has been a home for civilizations for millions of years that we have no record of. But it's also now that the particular civilization at this point in time, in 2024, is an existential threat to other civilizations out in space. So they have no choice but to monitor this and try to contain it. And so we are under a sort of cosmic quarantine, as I call it. I coined that term in the 90s, because we're not allowed to go out and bam around too far. The reason we didn't go back to the moon, we were warned off because we were not viewed. The Apollo mission was cut short because the ETs did not want a unsupervised, crazy civilization going out into space too far. Now, you'd say, well, what about these ARVs and this, and there's a secret space program? There's a limit. I mean, there's a lot of mythology around that. It's not like we have interstellar craft going to take ET home. We have the capability, but we're not allowed to. So let me put a finer point on this. If you are a master of the universe consciousness of these sort of powerful groups and entities, and there's a force out there that says, thus far and no farther, you're not going any further, they go, oh yeah, we are. So boom, now you're getting to conflict. So this needs to be deconflicted by some wiser and calmer heads than the militarists and fascists that have overtaken our national security apparatus dealing with the UAP issue. If we do not do that, it is literally an existential threat to Earth. So one of the reasons why this is so important is that I mentioned a moment ago about extraterrestrial vehicles being able to be 3D, and then they could be stationary out here and shift and not be visible at all. So they're resonantly or frequency shifts to something beyond the frequency of space-time matter, but it's still there, right? It's just beyond what you normally would see with the naked eye or sense with a normal radar. The problem is that if they're in the 3D mode, they're very vulnerable now. Now, when I first started our CE5 contact capabilities in 1990, 34 years ago, there was that capability, but it wasn't as good. Now, a third of a century later, there's a big chunk of the evolutionary spiral since the 50s, right? What I've seen is the director of, let's call it, operations on Earth to train humans to make contact with these civilizations, their risks have gone up exponentially, way exponentially, probably 2 exponential orders in those 34 years. And therefore, there's a very big problem brewing for us. And the civilizations are really wanting us to fix it, because the only way the non-human intelligence can fix this, because of the dispersal of these assets and these sort of facilities all over the world, and in space, on satellites and on aircraft and what have you, would look and would be reported by the covert operatives who are embedded in the media as an alien invasion. What they've been trying to avoid is hitting that tripwire, right? So it's a catch-22. If they do fix the problem, it'll be spun as an alien invasion, throw the world into panic, and further into the hands of militarism. If they do nothing, they're at risk increasingly, and so is the entire planet. Do you understand why now I started the Disclosure Project? Right? This briefing needs to go at the top of the introductory briefing to the archive. So that's what's at stake, is the future of Earth, future of humanity, and peace on Earth and peace in space. There's nothing less than that. But to think that the ETs unilaterally are going to do this and fix it is not a correct analysis unless you're willing to throw the whole thing into maximum chaos. It's much, much better if humans clean their own mess up, right? And that's why we're trying to get people to act. And I kind of feel like the Great Spirit, if they have to, will raise up stones to fix this, if they have to. So I always tell me I'm a stone that got raised up out of nowhere to try to fix it. And there are a lot of other people, hundreds, thousands of people, and all these witnesses. Now, number in, pushing 1,000. They all are concerned about this. They've come forward because they may not have the deep analysis that I've just provided, but they know that we're way off track and it's very dangerous. So if they're concerned about humanity, or believe in the Constitution or the rule of law or whatever it is, there are a lot of motives of why these men and women have come forward. But it's usually a multitude of those reasons. And then the extraterrestrial civilizations are simply waiting to see if we can fix this ourselves. But, big but, I can't name this witness. I'm trying to get him to come forward publicly in hearings. And I've met with him, spent a fair amount of time with him. And he was one of the men who, back in the 90s, was in the Nellis complex in S4. And he also had been at that facility at Eglin and at Wright-Patterson. So he has actual intelligence on 3 key facilities. He's currently has a top secret clearance and works for one of these big named corporations under contract for the National Security Agency. So he's getting a lot of heat that he actually went over to the Senate intelligence folks and then into the skiff at Arrow at the Pentagon. And he did. Now, everything he shared got covered up by Dr. Kirkpatrick and that report, all of it. So, and because here's why we also need a trust, a fund, is that he would work with us full time and disclose everything. But as a contractor, he's making almost $200,000 a year because he's senior, right? And he has a family to support and kids in college. So let's make this real for people. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. And so a lot of these men and women who want to come forward are scared, not just for their lives, but their careers. And, you know, they don't want to be homeless or they don't want to be killed. So we need to put in not just personal protective services. We need to have a law that explicitly says you cannot be fired or in any way intimidated because you're coming forward as a whistleblower. That doesn't exist. It's technically in the whistleblower law, but it is not explicit enough to make these people comfortable. And they know that it would have no teeth because there's no one in the US government, Department of Justice, and FBI who have any teeth, right? They haven't stood up yet. So I'm in a very difficult situation as the director of the project because I have to respect these people's real life situation, and I can't backstop, you know, 50 of these people's salaries who are making $200,000 a year. Go do the math, right? We don't have those kind of resources in the Disclosure Project. So now there are plenty of billionaires I've rubbed shoulders with who could do that in a second, but they're mostly curiosity seekers, right? So this is why, again, if the US government really wants to get to the bottom of this, put the funding in place, put the explicit laws in place, quit blocking the legislation and do it. But again, because this man intercepted and was in charge of comms, communications, both terrestrial and extraterrestrial, monitoring these conversations, it was made very clear by the ETs that if we continued to use their technologies against them, they would come back and fix it. Now, he said he's variously heard 2026, maybe a little later. This is 2024. This is not going to go on for another decade, all right, or 20 years. So I can't predict exactly. Time is like a rubber band. It's based on event horizons. In a sense, time is an illusion. But at the pace of events, no, we're going to run out. That timeline's going to run out because the media and the public and the US government, the legal government of the United States, Great Britain, and other countries are barely moving. Covert programs are moving very quickly. And as their technology gets better and better, and we become more and more of a threat out there in space, this is where we're going to get into a world of hurt, a very big problem. And let me comment on one other issue before we break. One of our top secret witnesses who we will not disclose, he needs to stay behind the scenes. He's currently very, very high up in these programs currently, was read into an operation some years ago, which I had heard about. And now I have a specific actionable source where these illegal programs to try to create a catastrophe had technologies like a tractor beam, but an electromagnetic system where they were able to grab an asteroid, a big, huge rock that was and move it from the direction of the sun so it wouldn't be seen by our systems that try to pick up asteroid threats. And they moved it on a trajectory so it would skim over the Atlantic Ocean and then the Pacific Ocean, not hit it, but come so close that it would pull up massive tidal waves, tsunamis, that would wipe out the coastlines of Europe, United States, Asia, etc. And the only reason that didn't happen is that the ET civilization out there went 3D, intercepted that asteroid, and pulled it off that track. He knows this for a fact. I know it for a fact. So when you wonder how dangerous these secret programs are, you're about to understand why I gave up my medical career. That is a real capability. And remember, out in space around the Earth, it's like a billiard table with things bouncing around, all these rocks, asteroid belts, stray asteroid. So any one of those that would be pulled, like an extinction level size, like the dinosaurs in 65 million years ago, that could happen. They could do the same thing to the stability of the rotation of the wobble of the Earth and flip the poles, right? That's happened in the past, these polar shifts. So there are a number of geophysical events that could be created. So it would look like a natural disaster, but it actually has a man-made component. Now, who has any of those sort of systems under control? Not the president, not the Congress, not the director of the CIA I briefed, and not the senior generals and admirals at the Pentagon I briefed. So the problem is, that is something that people need to wake up to, the, let's call it a whole constellation of threats that nobody is talking about that exists because of these illegal programs. And whether or not people wake up in time, I can't say. This is up to what we do with our free will. And I would say I wouldn't be sanguine right now that humans are in power with in the situation where they could do something well through normal channels. But we hope they will. The backup for that would be this law enforcement strike team. Backup for that would be mass defection from this group that's in that system. But of course, all lives are at risk at that point. So that's the conundrum and the state of the disclosure as of today in 2024. But certainly the ETs have a reason for being here. And don't forget that they offered us a peaceful out in the 40s and 50s, both Truman and Eisenhower, and it was rejected because the people around them were militarists and industrialists. And they went, we're not going to give up Standard Oil or Exxon. We're not going to give up our nuclear weapons and our defense establishment. We're not going to give up the military industrial complex. And my military advisor in I think it was 91 or 92 says, oh yes, heaven forbid peace would break out because we'd all be out of work, right? Right? Go look up what global spending in military armaments, whatever. I mean, it's huge. So, and then you add up all the value of the oil in the world and all the value of the coal and all the value of public utilities and all the atomic nuclear power plants and all the uranium and all those commodities and all the back down chain profit centers, on and on and on and on. You know, when you start talking about $1,000 trillion in assets or more, now you're talking a problem. Had it gotten resolved in the 40s or 50s, it would have been disruptive then, but it would have been adjusted, and we would now be living in a society without war, without pollution, and without poverty on the planet, period. But so we've lost that century. That's why I call this the lost century. And so this is why the ETs are watching this, hoping that we actually do kick in and do the right thing. So this is not something that has to be resolved by the interstellar coalition. Because that, while most people think that is an easy way out, it's the worst possible outcome because of how it's going to be portrayed. It absolutely will be portrayed by the spinmeisters in the media and the intelligence community as an alien invasion. And if I figure that out with my meager IQ, I can guarantee you these ETs that have IQs in the 400 to 500 range, our scale goes to 200, right, IQ, they figured this out a long time ago. It took me a couple years to figure this out, by the way, because to see why. I had the same question that was just asked, why don't they just come fix this? And then when I began to know more and analyze it, this is why these comprehensive intelligence briefings for this archive is so important, so that people benefit from the 34 years of analysis that we've done on this. Hello, welcome everyone. We're back here going through the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. And today we're going to be doing media corruption and media in general. So that will be the subject for this first part. And then after that, we'll be doing the black budget and how it operates. And we'll make some distinctions that people usually don't understand about that. So welcome, I'm glad everyone's here. And we're going to, let's first open up the internet. It's a little slow on the site under construction, but we'll look at this. So this is about many of these cases I've already talked about where the media were threatened not to cover this issue. And so there's email correspondence, there's corruption, there's news anchors, podcasts and radio interviews. And then there's just generally interest things in the media, celebrities on UAPs historically and what have you. So there's several categories and we're still populating this. So then we have the ones we're going to be looking at are just these ones that we selected as examples. And for today, now as we move over then to the PowerPoint, the key thing to remember, recapping what I said in the general briefings, about the media is that the media is not allowed to cover a lot of these issues, not because they couldn't by law, but they have corrupt interests, and mostly they're national security editors and senior corporate. And I've met with many reporters who have tried to do this story, and they get stood down, denied, blocked, and very, very senior people. I already mentioned Ira Rosen of ABC Prime Time in 2020, and Mike Wallace of 60 Minutes, and Arnold Kopelson of 20th Century Fox wanted to do a true feature film movie about this, and on and on. And so we're just going to look at a few of these. First, this one is very important. This is the CIA director, Bill Colby, and his commentary on that back in the 70s. Now we're talking about almost 50 years ago.
Any people being paid diet who are contributing to a major circulation of our journal. You have people who submit pieces to other do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for health networks? This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Jim, that I'd like to get into in the next section.
The CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media. Now, when he says executive session, that would basically have been in a skiff, and where he did not want to discuss in an open hearing. This was 75. He was director of CIA from 73 to 76. So what's really important about this is that, first of all, as I mentioned previously, CIA is barred from doing anything domestically, period. There's an admission here, they are in the media. And then secondly, that they absolutely do have people who corrupt the stories or block them or move them away or ban certain perspectives. So, again, these are not conspiracy theories. This is a sitting director of CIA. Later, when he had retired after many, many years, about 20 years later, he must have been in his around 80, is when he was helping us. CIA Director Colby was going to hand over a 0-point energy system, solid state, no moving parts, and some seed money to get it out, about $50 million. And the week he was going to meet with a member of my board, they found him floating down the river south of Washington, said it was a canoeing accident, and it wasn't his best friend, Colonel, who was setting up the arrangement, came to the funeral of my assistant, Sherry Adamek, and said, look, he absolutely was killed, but we can't look back. We have to just keep moving forward. So that is a true account. And why this is so important is that the media isn't going to admit that they have corrupt people answering illegally to the CIA when it's illegal for them to be doing anything domestically in the United States. But they have the same assets in major media all over the world. And that's the key thing that people need to understand, is that if we had a free press, and if the press had the courage to fulfill their constitutional duties as the fourth estate, as they're called, the check and balance on government, this issue could never have survived secrecy. I would say that in terms of the culpability for the secrecy and all the damage to our civilization that's accrued from it, including the damage to the environment, the loss of all these technologies, et cetera, it is absolutely the most culpable part of it in a democracy is the corruption of the free press, the media. So this media corruption is really the worst part of this, because think about it. You know, back in the 1960s, Donald Kehoe and others who were military people had gathered whistleblowers together. They were trying to do the same thing we were. That got shut down. The media ended up covering it some and then banning a lot of that coverage. So this is been going on for 70, 80 years. I already mentioned previously the CIA document we have that names Disney studios to make ridiculous cartoons and make it UFOs and little green men, which are none, to be the sort of this joke. So it would be an issue of frivolity, and which intrinsically diverts people like professors and doctors and scientists from taking it seriously, the psychological warfare operation. But in this case, this was during the Nixon and Ford administration, 73, 76 is when Colby was director of CIA. But we know that prior to that, similar efforts were being made, because the document that named Disney to create a ridiculing cartoons about the issue at the request of CIA was the 1950s. So this is a long-term problem that continues right up to this day. And one of the things I personally observed is that as the news begins they carry this, and they can't quite escape carrying it, they curate the disinformation people that the people will see on 60 Minutes or Major News or CNN, and they ban anyone who actually has the hard evidence. So interestingly, they'll let someone in who is secondhand witness, or someone like Mr. Elizondo or other people on 60 Minutes and Major News, and we have sent to the media, here's the name of the people who've actually handled the issue directly, with their bona fides, here's their credentials. They will never put them on, ever. So you have to ask the question, had the media not been infiltrated with this kind of corruption from these illegal covert operations, there's no way this could have been kept secret, because there had been leaking out for decades. 5% of the US population have seen these objects at fairly close range. So any sort of objective media, instead of ridiculing it and poo-pooing it and parroting the party line of the cover-up artists, like you're seeing in the past week with CNN's national security writer, senior person, Peter Bergen, and others, echoing and ridiculing the whole attempt in Congress to get to the bottom of this, holding up the Arrow report that came out last week as, see, there's nothing here, there's nothing to see here. So this kind of collusion between the media, corporate media, and even government-owned media around the world, and these covert programs trying to keep this away from Congress and the American people, has continued unabated from the 50s to now. So it's at least 70 years that level of corruption can be documented, and there are examples of it in this archive. And I emphasize that in a democracy, and when you're supposed to have a free and open society, the organs of communication to the masses If those can be corrupted, then you have no democracy because you don't have an informed citizenry. As Eisenhower said in his last speech, his farewell address when he was leaving, he said, only an informed citizenry can protect democracy, et cetera, and so on. I'm paraphrasing, but you can read this quote. And it's the same speech where he said, beware the military-industrial complex, after he had been pushed aside and increasingly left out of the loop in terms of decisions as the chief executive president of the United States on this specific issue. So these are all interrelated matters. Now, it isn't that the media is corrupt only on the UAP issue. They have also covered up and cooperated with suppressing other stories, which, as we mentioned the other day when we showed you that CIA document from 1991, where they mentioned that they had folks in all the major media of any significance, again, around the world, they had operatives who were basically NOCs. They were a non-official cover. They're working in those media organizations. No one would ever guess they are who they are. And again, they're not wearing a badge that says, I'm a covert illegal operative of the Central Intelligence Agency. I mean, so you're not going to see that in the executive suite of CNN or ABC or New York Times or any of the others. I mean, realistically, these people are invisible. This is why, again, going back, this has to be part of the inquiry. Back in the 70s, there were inquiries about this kind of corruption in the media by CIA, but that was almost 50 years ago. That was 1975, that hearing. So 49 years, right? So in half a century, to my knowledge, there's been no inquiry either from the public or the Congress. So they've skated right through. And because no one is actually reining them in and investigating them, it's just completely out of control in terms of media corruption. And I think intuitively, most people know this because on the one hand, with alternative media and the internet, they see evidence in, a documentary like Unacknowledged that has had almost 800 million people see it, and yet crickets from all the major media of all the evidence, documents, and everything that's in this archive. This doesn't make sense because if you actually had, this would be by far the biggest Pulitzer Prize winning story in history, if not Nobel Prize winning story in history for any legitimate investigative reporter. But if the big media outlets that most people listen to get their news, and all the news is fit to print, etc., from the New York Times, then if those are corrupted, then people are going, what's the problem here? On the one hand, we're hearing about all this from credible military and other folks and scientists. On the other hand, the media just poo-poos it and ridicules it and makes light of it, right? And this is, well, if you look at the interview we have with Lord Hill Norton, one of the things that he says, and he was sort of very upset about this, he says it's a matter of the utmost importance and it should be covered seriously instead of a matter of, as he uses the term, the rubbishing of the matter in the tabloids, right? So you have the rubbishing of the matter in the tabloids. And he was absolutely right. And so without a free and honest press that isn't corrupted by these interests, the public is probably never going to find out about this properly. And that's very frustrating because as the founder of the Global Disclosure Project, you say, well, you put all this out there, but ultimately, is it the tree that's going to fall in the woods? Nobody knows. And moreover, and this is worse, when the covert interests who have been illegally running these projects, as they have begun to ramp up their own version of disclosure, the media has gone, yeah, we're going to cover it now. And of course, people in UFO so-called, oh, it's wonder it's being covered now. But look at the narrative. There's a threat to the national security. We don't have anything that can fly like this. It's still a mystery, unsolved mysteries. So the narrative that you see every major news outlet in the world repeating is the narrative of the covert group's alternative false disclosure. And I can think of no exceptions, frankly. There have been some minor ones like, Newsmax or some of these others, but the big blue chip legacy media, NPR, PBS, New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, ABC, NBC, Fox, none of them have covered this in a way that is truthful and that actually is relying on direct firsthand evidence. It's always people opining who don't know anything. So in a sense, and this notwithstanding that we made a concerted effort. For the National Press Club alone in June, we paid an outfit, I forget, 30 or 40,000. They had contacts in all the major media to give them all this information. None of those big media would cover it. It all got blacklisted. Now, how is this possible? It's only through these corrupt, what Bill Colby admitted to. CIA owns everyone of any significance in the major media. Now, what's that significance? I mean, these are your choke points, the people who can kill a story, the national security editors, the people at that level. And that's what, of course, Mike Wallace ran into because, he felt that he, had an all-access pass cover any story he wanted, just like Arnold Kupelson could do any movie he wanted. And I've heard, and Ira Rosen had complete executive producer control over those news magazines at ABC. Well, guess what? They do on conventional stories that they're happy to have the people know about. But on something like this, they have no freedom whatsoever. So this idea of freedom of the press is a big issue. And insofar as it involves corrupt and fraudulent efforts by agencies like the CIA that have no right to be operating in the United States by law, but also by other people, it's a huge problem. And this is, again, to remind you, this is the PAO, the Public Affairs Office for CIA, has relationships with reporters from every underscored major wire service, newspaper, news weekly, television network in the nation. This has helped us turn some intelligence failures, euphemism for things that leak out they don't want out, right? Stories into intelligence success stories. Bit of braggadocio here, bragging how corrupt and effective they are, right? But that is. It has contributed to the accuracy of countless others. Yeah, accuracy, spin. In many instances, we have persuaded reporters to postpone, change, hold, or scrap stories that could have adversely affected national security interests or jeopardized sources and methods. Now, one of the problems, it's sort of like this cover for anything. You can write, a scoundrel and a demagogue will wrap themselves in the flag, the Bible, and national security. So this group always comes in and pulls the trump card of national security. But in reality, these operations are violating the interests of the national security, and it can be proven that they are. And yet no politician and no investigative reporter have ever called them on that. It's sort of like when Stephen Aftergood with the Federation of American Scientists in that document from 2010, where he talked about the over 5,000 patents that had been seized. And one of them was simply a super efficient solar panel that was from over 50 years ago. And he points out, how could this be adversely affecting the national security that people would have a clean source of energy and more efficient than anything available? Well, let me translate national security for you. Oil, fascistic corporate interests, gas, petrodollar banking, trading, Chicago Board of Trade commodities, hundreds of trillions of dollars a year into derivatives traded, and all the churning of commissions of each trade makes someone some money, right? Whether it's Goldman Sachs or whoever. So the point here is that there's a constellation of corrupt, powerful interests that are influencing using national security as a cover to get away with criminal activity. So this is something that absolutely should be investigated by the FBI and prosecuted, right? Because these are major federal crimes and they're against the interests of the nation and in fact are, as we have pointed out, treasonous. I mean, because it is something that is not in the interest of the nation, and these operations that are being referred to here are not being done with the knowledge of the president or members of the senior members of the Congress, because I've had discussions with people like that in Congress and the people representing the presidents, and they're just completely have no idea that this skullduggery is going on. And I think that unless this gets fixed, and this is where I do believe there should be a federal criminal investigation of all media in the United States. Now, this will not make me a lot of friends in the press, but it will if you're an honest person at the New York Times and CNN who is a real reporter and not a fake one. If you're a real reporter, you don't want your organization to be corrupted by operatives using a government agency like the CIA or anyone else to keep a story quiet that otherwise you would be thrilled to cover. What media person doesn't want to cover government corruption? I mean, this is their stock and trade of scandal. All the media is interested, most of the media, some far right isn't, are concerned about the environment, right? These are stories every day. Wrap yourself in Gaia and the earth, and aren't we progressive? Meanwhile, they cover up the technologies and the programs that are killing the environment. This is total institutional cognitive dissonance. But so it makes no sense. This is a story, if it was covered properly, you should have reporters, the top reporters in the world from all media, lunging at the opportunity to cover. Now, so what we're going to do is, as this gets released, we're going to contact all the media and say, everything you've been asking for in terms of evidence and proof, methods and sources, direct people who have handled this issue, not secondhand folks like Mr. Grush, is in the archive. Let us know if you'd like to help us, help you go through it and curate the things that you might be most interested in. And we'll see. This will be the test, right? Because if they, after all this, they still turn a blind eye and cover this up, then the media is lost. We basically live in an unacknowledged totalitarian state where there is no free press. It's just the appearance of it. And that is not a good thing for a country that is supposed to be the beacon of liberty and freedom and democracy around the world. Now, I will say that the same dynamic exists in Australia and Great Britain and other countries, because these operatives, they don't care about the geopolitical lines. They operate anywhere where they think a credible expose on this could happen. And they just leave then sort of this low-hanging fruit to be promoted and promulgated by discredited tabloids like the National Enquirer. And that is a deliberate, very slick strategy. Oh, it's out there, but it's out there where 99% of the public would go, well, it appeared in the National Enquirer. It's rubbish, right? Just make up stuff, aliens with 4 heads having an affair with a politician. And I mean, just garbage that you see in these tabloids at the supermarket checkout. So that strategy, which they launched in the 50s, has gone unabated. But think of the national security implications of the fourth estate, a free press, being corrupted. The biosphere, the biggest national security emergency, according to the current administration, is the environment, right? And here's the solution for the environment, full stop, in the discussion. These technologies that are behind how UAPs move and what the energy systems are. So anyone at NPR listening, PBS, CBS, all the media that aver that they're concerned about the environment and so progressive and eco-conscious and et cetera and so on and so forth. Well, this is complete, the height of hypocrisy, the height of hypocrisy. And the public needs to start demanding and writing, just like I've asked folks to write to Congress. They need to start writing to the media and letters to the editor and contacting people, expressing their dismay at what is going on with the media. You really should. And if they don't behave well, inform them you're canceling your subscription or whatever it is, if you have one. I think the public is going to have to start acting, but whether that would have any effect is an open question. I think ultimately what would have more effect is a federal criminal investigation under RICO statutes of the collusion such as RICO is the Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization, because in this case, you have a corrupt organization like the mafia that's infiltrating, influencing corporate media, injuring the national security and the public. And so if you're not going to apply the federal laws for RICO and others to this situation, I don't know what you would. It's certainly of more consequence than a criminal drug enterprise. So that is one thing that we are recommending. And I think we have a drawing of it. Well, we can show the drawing. It ought to be together. So at any rate, it's occasionally, this is a local report, and you think that something like this, and there are a number of these that we have in the archive that are interesting from celebrities and other people, but it never quite reaches up where someone goes, well, there's something real here. Shouldn't we do an investigative report? So with something like this, I mean, there's no one on planet Earth at that time who didn't know who John Lennon and the Beatles were, right? So why wasn't this picked up on and then followed? So this is a sort of example, even when no matter how spectacular, well-known the person, how legitimate they are, the media will not carry any truthful story on this subject. And I've looked at everything that's out there since the 1950s. It's all been controlled and spun. And now that they want it to come out, they're making sure that the coverage, and this is actually more dangerous. So if you just have absolute secrecy, all right, that's a problem. But if you actually begin to greenlight the release, but then you're told to curate who and what you cover to the public so that it fulfills the ultimate objective. They were naked. Yeah. You go, girl. But anyway, so this is what he saw. Yeah. It was very wee hours of the morning. I was at night, late. Presumably nobody saw them, or they didn't care. But but they of course were naked and saw this and ran out, didn't put clothes on. But that is a true account of John Lennon and his girlfriend. It wasn't Yoko Ono. They'd broken up and then they got back together. But this is in between times. So this is not Yoko Ono. It's another lady. And that's where, with the media issue, if that can get resolved, and I think the threat of a federal investigation for corruption, RICO, and collusion might cause some media to think, well, how far do we want to take this? But when there's impunity, right? If there are no consequences to crimes, why won't you commit it if you can get away with it? So this is another whole area that we're asking for whistleblowers to come forward on. And I think if there was a thorough investigation and hearing or FBI investigation, then the people I personally know have been slapped down and not being able to cover the story can be interrogated or subpoenaed. And then, you get the question, who in your organization at ABC or CBS or wherever ordered you not to cover this story, notwithstanding your high station as a reporter there. And under oath or under an FBI interrogation, those people, which again, this sort of inverse witnesses, again, people who prove how the cover-up is done, even though they're not directly read into the subject, would be very important, because then they say, well, it was my national security editor so-and-so, Joe Blow, and give the name. And then, well, who does that person answer to? So you then go up the chain of command all the way crossing into these corrupt enterprises, and you get the ones who are doing it. So this is a pathway for either the FBI or the Congress to investigate. And the only way that that can happen is where it's going to be required to happen. And the requirement requires either subpoena or questioning by law enforcement, where, of course, if you lie to an FBI agent, it's a felony. And so that is, I see, the only path forward for the American public and the world to ever get the true story on this. They're going to get the story, and they are already. Look at all the people following these hearings and the UAP stuff. But what they're getting is the Spinmeister's version that fits the narrative that's the false narrative. And I have yet to see a major media story since the juggernaut of coverage started a couple years ago, where they didn't repeat almost as a script these four essential lies. It's a threat to the national security when it's not. We don't know what they are when we do. We don't know how these objects fly, which is a lie because we do, and we don't have anything that can operate like this. These are four huge lies that can be proven to be lies by anyone who can just have a nominal perusal of what's in the Disclosure Project Intelligence Archive. So as I have been watching this roll forward, it is fulfilling everything that we predicted in 1999 when I wrote that paper, When Disclosure Serves Secrecy. In other words, the covert secret interests, the disclosure that's beginning to unfold is actually fulfilling their agenda, because they want the subject out at their choosing in time, but in the way they want it out. So without a free press to report otherwise, what are you going to do? You know, the American public are going to be manipulated onto a war footing, right? Just like they were manipulated into Vietnam and manipulated into Iraq. But the big one, the big false flag of all the granddaddies is the threat from outer space. And the media, only the media could set up the conditions for that to happen, to be the organs of communication to the masses. So I cannot emphasize how important it is to have an investigation and prosecution of the corrupt aspects of the media on this. Back in the 90s, we did some expeditions to Popocatépetl, the big volcano outside Mexico City and Puebla. That's, I think, something like 18,000 feet high. And there had been many, many reports of these UFOs around the volcano and coming out of the volcano. So in '93, we did a research expedition there, had major contact, and incredible things happening, massive craft that came over, right over us, and et cetera, and so on. And when that happened, one camera, we were only 4 or 5 people. We didn't really have any good cameras back then, and I don't operate cameras. That camera was disabled electromagnetically. It just froze, so we didn't get any images. But, you know, we put out information about it, and there was a news magazine, I don't know if it still exists, CBS, called 48 Hours, okay? And they wanted to, they said, oh, this is amazing. And so we're going to send a crew down there with you. And we're going to do CE5 contact. And you can see this episode. It should be somewhere archived, the 48 Hours. And there was a producer named Kathleen Kennedy with CBS, and we signed an agreement that any footage they got, they could use, but they would share it with us with unedited, so we'd have a copy of any major event that might happen. So we go there at our own expense, do all this, and one evening we have these objects coming right up out of the volcano and coming right over. And there was an African-American reporter whose name I can't remember right now, it was a long time ago. This had been in the mid-90s, who dashed over. He says, oh my God, when the world sees this, this is case closed, da 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 da. And they, he was just so excited. And everyone was, oh my God. I said, yeah, this is what we see a lot. They had the really good beta cams, they're really high quality cameras, which we could never afford. And so I said, well, this is great. So they're going to do a little news magazine thing about this. They do the show. they took out that footage and put in something that had a strobe on it, and they had an expert photo analyst who was an aerospace expert, so well as an airplane that was vectoring into here and there. The whole thing. So I said, please, you said you would send us this unedited footage of what was shot when I was there with your main reporter and your camera crew and production crew. And Kathleen Kennedy, I called her up and she said, look, we're a multi-billion-dollar company and you have nothing. And we'll tie you up for light years in court. You're never going to get that footage. And hung up on me. True story. True story. So, I mean, I'm not going to go through all these accounts, but when I talk about corruption and the arrogance and the complete rotten nature of media, if someone has any contact, anyone in the major media who's not a dishonest person and has the power in that media organization to do this story, I will give them everything we have, spend all the time they need to go through it and vet it. But we have made that effort in the past. And so, yes, that has been done, and it's been done more than once. National Geographic was doing a project with us, and they did a similar thing. Peter Jennings was doing a special on this, and a similar sort of outcome happened where we gave them access to all this information. They came in Mount Shasta with us, and then we had this amazing handoff of witnesses and whistleblowers to them. And the TV is on the fritz here. We don't need to be seeing Tubo or whatever. And, you know, they ended up putting in people in a trailer park talk about a vague light in the sky, and the really great stuff we gave them never appeared. They sanitized out that whole ABC special on UFOs way back. I can't remember what year that was. So this has happened over and over and over and over and over again. I won't bore you with all the endless, just completely dishonest and unethical behavior by the major media. That's why I keep saying I'll believe it when I see it. Now, because of social media, celebrity following we have, and you know, let's face it, you know, any one of these major celebrities who are interested in what we're doing, like Demi Lovato, she has many more followers and viewers than all the major legacy media combined. They don't have 160 million or whatever it is, or Ariana Grande, who's very interested, has 360 million followers. So our strategy right now is that until the media either becomes honest or is prosecuted and forced to become honest, then the only way we can really get this out and get the word out is through word of mouth, viral, and influencers, major influencers, putting links to it. So some of these celebrities, I have their numbers and I can text them and say, gee, will you post this link? And they do, right? Or, you know, and it's fantastic that they do that for us because they actually want to help. But, you know, and if we had a legitimate news media in the United States or Europe or anywhere else, that we would not have to be engaged in that strategy, right? It would be covered because it's a matter of importance to the world and to the public. And there's an organization that has everything they say. You know, if you hear their commentary, well, there's no evidence for any of this. Really? I mean, you've all been here for a week and seen, and this is the tip of the iceberg, what's in here. So at a certain point, you have to go, how do we get this out? And so we've had, through these experiences like you just asked about, concluded that we need to find alternative ways to do it through influencers, social media, celebrities, and whatnot. Because I have, at this point, I don't see that that's going to change. I think the only way you're going to get an honest media on this subject is for them to be investigated and prosecuted. And if because of the experiences I've had for about 30 years with major media on this, I remember that night, that Larry King show I was on, that special was 94. So it's 30 years this year. The problem with that is most people don't even know they're being deceived. So many people I deal with go, isn't it great? They just had whatever ever in the news. I go, no, just read it. It was mimicking the disinformation script that the cover-up artists have been saying. There was nothing that it was just a lot of blather, but basically the central points in the spin was exactly comporting with the illegal covert programs. I don't consider that progress. This is a setback. So not all coverage on this is good. If it's propaganda coverage that makes the planet get increasingly moved in the direction of conflict and war, or paranoia and fear, where you then give up all your rights and all your privileges to the state, right? That's what this is about. And of course, we've seen this happen before in other conflicts, 9/11 and Vietnam, but more recently with the COVID pandemic, which I won't say anything more than that, but that was a psyop also, and how it was managed. Not that the virus wasn't real, but how you take that as an opportunity and then use it for totalitarian purposes. So if I'll just say that that management of that whole disaster was a very big red flag warning to my group, because how it was managed was out of disinformation scripting right out of these covert programs. Almost every policy that was done from a public health point of view. And every doctor, even the World Health Organization, is saying, no, it's all done mistakenly. But I don't know a single doctor when this broke who didn't know that it was being managed improperly, except the government shills who people listen to, and they shouldn't. And anyone who had another opinion, they were deplatformed, right? I know these doctors, and Nobel Prize winners even. Doesn't matter. They've got no voice. So when that happened, I could set up a chart and show exactly UAP issue for 70 years, that issue, boom, 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 boom. Parallels are precise. And nobody knows that yet. And that's all I'll say on that. Other at that time. And so the UN Secretary General at the time was Boutros Boutros-Ghali and his wife Leah, and they were very interested in the subject. Interestingly, they were Egyptians, first Egyptian Secretary General of the United Nations, very interested in the subject, knew it was real, and very, very supportive. Okay, so Sandra Wright wrote, because she was personal friends with them in New York, and was setting up a meeting between me and these guys. And it was eventually, and even then we didn't know, but Miss Galbraith was CC'd on it because they were all in the same circle of friends. So what's very important about this is that we had a subsequent meeting. I went to New York, and I was at one of those salons. I think it was the novelist, it was Judith Green's place on Park Avenue. The beautiful original, like, I don't know, Renoirs or something. But all these interesting people were there, including the Secretary General couldn't make that meeting. His wife was there. We had a very interesting conversation. And this is not in documents because these are conversations, private. But now that they've passed on, she had helped fund or organize with the Egyptian government and benefactors the expedition to look underneath the Sphinx in that chamber. And the person in Egypt who was head of the antiquities back in '94 or before then, they were using the early fiber optic, like we use in surgery, the fiber optic things to see. And she had been very, very keen on seeing what was in there because she was pretty confident there were extraterrestrial artifacts there, just like we're talking about down in Peru and Nazca. So most people don't understand that the pyramids are relatively new compared to the Sphinx. The Sphinx is much, much older and are antediluvian, before the massive flood and all that. And there were watermarks on it, by the way. So she decided they would do this expedition and she'd help with it. But she told me that, again, everyone does, you don't know until you're looking in your rearview mirror that you've been had. So it turned out that when they got in there, the head of antiquities for Egypt was a knock. He was actually CIA. And when they found all this, they absconded with it, took it, hid it, handed it over to these compartmented covert programs. But she has told me she is certain that there were important artifacts in there, but they're gone now. And she was furious. She was just hissing. Now, she had pox on all their houses, quote unquote. Very interesting. She was a real powerhouse. I mean, it was funny because neither of them were Muslim. She was Jewish and he was Coptic Christian, and but they're Egyptian. And wonderful person and very, very brilliant and very classy. But she had told me that when I started telling her what had happened to us and what was going on with it, he said, "Oh yeah, I have no doubt, because this is what happened in Egypt." So these are the kind of conversations I want to share. I don't have that recorded, obviously, but that's what happened as a consequence of this meeting. And ultimately, she hosted a very nice gathering at the United Nations for me to present this information to a select group of diplomats and UN leadership about extraterrestrials, UFOs, peace in space, all of that. And so I did that, and it was a wonderful meeting, and it lasted a couple of hours, and it was at the UN headquarters in New York, because we were trying to get the United Nations to support international efforts in other countries to disclose this information. And so that was the purpose of that. But ultimately, they got shot down, and he was removed. You know, he left the UN position, and I'll tell you what happened to his successor next. This is my letter. There was a man named Kofi Annan. He had been UN Secretary General, and this is when we were going to set up. Please look at the date. So prior to this, there had been a series of phone calls between me, and it's 01. This is about 2 months after the National Press Club event on May 9th, 2001, and just before 9/11. And so Kofi Annan was very, very friendly to this also. And his senior right-hand person was the senior most diplomat from South Korea. And I was dealing directly with him. And they initially suggested, just like the CIA director suggested getting together for dinner, they suggested that the Disclosure Project National Press Club event, instead of being there, our original plan, because everybody knows, was going to be in the Great Hall, the General Assembly of the United Nations. And Kofi Annan signed off on it. But footnote, important intelligence right here. It got terminated because there were some intelligence folks who came into the UN and said, if you hold that meeting, we will defund the United Nations and it will collapse. And it was a direct threat. And he told me this directly, that not Kofi Annan, but his right-hand person. And so I was very disappointed because we were all lining things up, have all those witnesses in that event at the UN General Assembly as a global disclosure event, right? Boom. They said, no, you're not. Not if you want to have this building standing here and have a United Nations to exist at all. So people who think that these international bodies can't be intimidated and corrupted are sadly mistaken. I have firsthand knowledge of that happening. It's why we did that at the National Press Club and not at the United Nations, because that was the plan.